Oh, my lady.
Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test.
We are so sexy. So sexy.
Awesome.
He was so in love. He was so in love. Every time he saw her, he was happy. He was so in love.
Yes, for those of you who are in the room, if you could make your way to your seats, we are going to get started shortly. For those of you that are online, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Where's my audio, guys? Is there an echo happening? Good morning. I'm Danielle Butler-Vappy. Jennifer. Testing.
Testing. Do we have some audio folks in here who can look for a speaker on this side of the room that's
Yeah.
delayed? The main computer is over here.
Testing. All right. Pierre, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. I'm Danielle Butler-Vappy, and I'm the Chief Deputy Director for the Department of Youth Development. I also, for the last 8 months, served as the Interim Executive Director of the Civilian Oversight Commission, our host today. On behalf of the Commission and the County of Los Angeles, I want to thank you all for coming to the 3rd Annual Community Policing Conference. I'm happy to be here on behalf of our host, the Civilian Oversight Commission, and the various collaborating entities who have been part of planning this conference, including the Department of Youth Development, the Department of Public Health's Office of Violence Prevention, the Human Relations Commission, and the Probation Oversight Commission. Today, we join to have a day of dialogue and engagement, and I'm looking forward to exploring the important issues of community policing with all of you. Before we go any further, I do want to recognize the talented staff of the commission who worked hard to plan this conference. Without them, none of this would have happened, so let's give them a hand. Commission staff, where are you guys? They're busy working. I don't see them. I also want to recognize our several of the commissioners that we have here today. Of course, our chair, Sean Kennedy, Commissioner Irma Cooper, Commissioner Luis Garcia. Thank you all for coming. We also have the Inspector General, Max Huntsman, and Chief Deputy Dara Williams from the Office of Inspector General's office and several of their staff. I also want to thank the sheriff who's here with us today. He will also be part of our first panel. So thank you, Sheriff. We know how busy your schedule is, and we appreciate you making time for this conversation. And thank you to the folks at Cal State LA and everyone who's been working hard in this ballroom, all of the servers who are helping us out. We appreciate your time in this space today. Thank you, the members of the community who took time out to come here today to have this important conversation. We really appreciate it. And it is you who apply pressure and guidance to help us get where we are today at the commission. So thank you. Dialogue, oversight, engagement, accountability, and transparency don't just happen by itself. It happens because people in the community work hard to make sure that their voices are heard, and we all share a common interest of wanting to advance public safety in our community. Today, we're here to continue that conversation that was started by this commission back in 2018 at their first community policing conference. One person who has been at the forefront of that conversation has been the chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission and the executive director for Loyola Law School's Center for Juvenile Law and Policy. Please join me in welcoming Chair Kennedy to the stage.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the community members and organizers, elected officials, law enforcement, and commissioners who are assembled here today to talk about community policing. I think this topic and the need for us to talk together, frankly, respectfully, is one of the most important things the commission can do. Our community, the County of Los Angeles, resisted civilian oversight of law enforcement for a long, long time. We resisted, the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Department resisted oversight much longer than many other big city and big county law enforcement organizations throughout the nation. But in 2016, we finally began the LA County Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission, and I've been on it from the beginning. And I really believe in this work where law enforcement and members of the community who are experiencing policing gather together to talk about the challenges that each side faces. And I think it's really appropriate to do so in a university setting like we are today. So big thanks to Cal State LA, because I teach, and the one thing that is clear to me teaching young people is that nobody is more interested in changing the model of law enforcement that we've had for a long time than young people. They're just not going to tolerate business as usual. And so having it here today is really a good thing. We try to be a bridge between the community and law enforcement. We don't always succeed on the COC. That's what we call the commission. We don't always succeed, but we try. Some things that we have done that I hope are only the beginning is push the department to have more mental evaluation teams where people with clinician training respond to people in a mental health crisis or people with autism, along with a deputy to reduce the number of shootings. And we also instituted a family assistance program, which is meant to actually really be there for the people whose loved ones were killed in police shootings. And we really need to fund that and keep that going. We also held hearings on deputy gangs within the department, a long-standing problem, which I hope we're going to see real change in the next year or two. And most recently, we have been exploring the issue of resource deputies in schools. And as someone who is representing high school students being prosecuted in the system, I think really taking a look at that issue is also important. And you probably have your own issues today. So I just want to say the commission, we get the best ideas from all of you. And so our desire is to take your good ideas and vet them and hear from all sides, and then push. We have no actual power, but we have the power to shine a light on what's going on, and then to push the department and engage with the department to change. And I know that Sheriff Luna has been very open to that process, even though it's difficult. And so I really hope we'll all just invest in today, because the group is so diverse and it has so many different people here that it's better than any commission meeting because of just all the people assembled from the different quarters of our county here. So thank you for being here. With that said, I'm going to turn the mic over to our Inspector General, Max Huntsman. Max, if you could make a few opening remarks, it's greatly appreciated as well.
Hello, everybody. My name is Max Huntsman. I'm the Inspector General for the County of Los Angeles. Sean Kennedy coined a term, oversight theater, where we make it look like we are conducting oversight when we're not really. We as a county government often do that, and we don't actually produce results. I'm telling you that not so you feel like this is a big waste of your time, because I want you to understand why it is so important that today and going forward, you pay close attention to what's happening here. There's a general political concept called civilian control of the armed forces. It's necessary for democracy, and police are armed forces. So if we want to have a democracy, we must have civilian control of that police force. And civilian oversight, community policing, these kinds of conferences, that's how we get there. People here who from the left or from the right have different issues. As Sean pointed out, your issue may be very specific or it may be more broad, but it is really important that you interact with law enforcement who has come here today in numbers to hear what you have to say, and listen closely to the answers you get for your questions, and then follow up in the future about whether or not the things that were said to you turn out really to be true. In the County of Los Angeles and the state of California, we've had changes in the law with respect to police oversight and policing, and many of those laws are not being implemented. As Sean pointed out, we used to have a sheriff who was actively carrying on a campaign against oversight, was breaking the law in a bunch of ways, giving unlawful orders, which were followed. And now we have a sheriff who is not doing that, a sheriff who ran on the platform that he was going to follow the law. And like Sean, I'm so happy to be working with him, but it's just a beginning to a job that needs to get done within the sheriff's department. Other than that, it's the same folks who were there under the previous administration. That's my personal challenge, getting compliance with the law enforcement gang laws that California has passed, compliance with the Constitution on Brady, compliance with oversight rules regarding providing access to my office, to the commission. All these sorts of challenges that we face on a daily basis. Our jobs internally within government couldn't function without members of the public letting law enforcement know that you're here, whether it's to be supportive because you love what is being done on your street to control transients or people driving too fast or whatever, or if you're angry about a particular issue or a general issue. Whatever it is, you need to interact and you need to listen Don't just listen for a pretty story. Don't listen for somebody nodding their head sympathetically. Listen to the specifics and then follow up. And that's how you get civilian, control of the armed forces, the police. That's community policing. So thank you for coming. Thank you for doing the hard work of trying to make that a reality so that the police are not above the law. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And David Carroll, thank you. Hang on. David Carroll's next. Youth development, and look at his bio if you want to see what a great guy he is. But he's also going to talk about what we do to try, because obviously our youth today, Sean says, they're the answer and the solution to make everything wonderful. Well, they also sometimes need some help to make sure they don't end up on the wrong end of policing. So here you go.
Right. First of all, thank you to the Civilian Oversight Commission for inviting us to be here today. And thank you to my staff who are manning the table outside. So certainly if I don't answer all of your questions in these brief remarks, please feel free to stop by our table and learn more about the Department of Youth Development. I have to admit, I was pretty nervous coming here today as I just took one of your valuable employees, Danielle Vappy, from the Civilian Oversight Commission. But I'm proud and very appreciative that she is the chief deputy with the Department of Youth Development. So forgive me. You know, at our core, the Department of Youth Development is really designed to keep young people from ever touching the criminal justice system, right? And for those who do touch the system, to try to prevent any further deeper involvement in the system. And we do that not by removing accountability. We do it by replacing some of the punitive measures with care and with development, and by providing young people the tools that they need to be their best selves. We all know that the vast majority of all of the young people that even end up in the most restrictive of placements will eventually come home, right? And it's up to us to figure out what kind of person they are when they get home. Do you want someone who has gone through various programs, who has addressed the harm and the trauma that led them to do whatever thing that they did, and they return as a healthy, happy young person or young adult in some situations? Or do you want someone who's just been pushed down and comes home with nothing, right? And goes right back into that same cycle. So at our core, youth development to me is public safety, because what we're doing is returning young people home who won't engage in the activities that got them in the situation in which they found themselves. So how do we do all this, right? So first, you know, our oldest program, which is only a few years old, is our diversion program. And I'm excited to share the partnership with Sheriff Luna and the LA Sheriff's Department, where we are department-wide in providing diversion in all the stations. We have moved from 7 law enforcement agencies in diversion. In the next few months, as we sign contracts, if you're familiar with the county, that takes a little while, but we'll be up to 30 law enforcement agencies, so up from 7 to 30. So we expect a massive amount of diversion referrals to increase, again, to keep young people from ever touching the system. I get a lot of comments about that where it's like, well, you just, you know, sending the young people back home. They're going back home anyway, right? Unless it's a very, very serious offense. You know, 90% of those young people that come into contact with law enforcement are home either immediately or after a very, very short stay in a hall. And again, they're home with nothing. When they go through diversion, they have a year-long restorative justice program that involves them, it involves their families, it involves the person that was harmed, if there was a person harmed. And that young person will end that, again, with the tools that they need to not find themselves in that situation again. We also are involved in reentry. So we are in several of the camps and halls, Campus Kilpatrick, Barry J. Nydorf, Juvenile Hall, Los Padrinos, and also Dorothy Kirby, working with some young ladies. Primarily right now through the Credible Messenger program, which brings people who were involved in the system, many of whom who did 20+ years incarcerated. They come back, they work directly with young people, again, helping to open the door so that they can receive some of the services that they'll need, again, to return home healthier and happier than they were when they left. So I'm excited about that program. We're just starting to work with young women at Los Padrinos and gender expansive youth. And that program is through the Young Women's Freedom Center. The other two programs are ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and Healing Dialogues in Action. We're also adding some recreational programming, specifically at Barry J. Nydorf, and I'm excited that the young people are having these opportunities. I know you've heard all the stories about Barry J. Nydorf in the summer, but if you go now, I think you'll see something completely different than what you saw a few months ago. There are a lot of different programs that are taking place that young people are participating in. Of course, we want them in the least restrictive placement as soon as possible, but while they're in custody, we want to make sure that they are being cared for and harm is being reduced. So the last area, which is something that we're working on currently, is our youth development networks. And what those are comprehensive sets of providers in community to work with young people, both involved in the system and non-systems involved. So everything from after-school programs to mental health to housing assistance, and just about every service you can think of that a young person may need, we are starting to fund some of those agencies, and then eventually in about the next 6 to 8 months, we'll be actually curating those services. So a young person is already working with us and they say they need glasses. We can refer them to someone who provides healthcare and can get them glasses. If they need housing assistance or food assistance, or just access to the neighborhood, flag football program, we want to be able to subsidize those programs. So we already released an RFI and we'll be funding somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 different organizations across LA County in 5 specific regions where we'll be providing, that assistance and eventually, again, that curated service. So we want to keep those kids out of the system. We want to be a place for them to land when they come back in case they do find themselves in custody, and again, increase public safety through our programs. If you want to know anything else, please, I want to thank my staff that's, again, at the table, and Danielle. We have multiple community listening sessions, so there is an opportunity for you to be involved as a community member. So I would urge you to stop by the table and share your information with our staff there if you want to be part of these community listening sessions. So with that, I want to thank you and welcome Danielle back to the stage.
Okay, thank you, David. In some of today's sessions, we're going to be using some technology in order to get your thoughts and opinions. So we're going to test the system. Up on the screen, do we have that, Jennifer? Okay. And at each of your tables is a card with instructions about how you can connect to the Wi-Fi. So I'll give you a moment to do that. Okay, and then the instructions will tell you to go to menti, MENTI.com and enter the code. And then you're going to want to answer the question on the screen. Does everyone have that code? It's 34625740. And so the question is, tell us what type of organization you represent. Some of the questions today will allow you to give an open-ended answer, but the system won't, pick up any bad words, so yeah, don't do that. I see people. Do we have it? Does everybody get into it? Can you see the answer, Jennifer? Yeah. It's hard to see from here. Oh, is it up on screen? Oh. Okay. Okay. All right, so we'll be using the Menti process for a while. I think you can see the answers on the screen. We'll be using that process along the way, asking you questions so that there's some participation from the entire group at some point during the day. So now I'm responsible for giving ground rules and housekeeping. Bear with me. Okay, so today is a day of listening and engaging in dialogue, and everyone's voice is important. So we urge you to be respectful of the speakers, of each other, and of the conference venue. This is a safe place for us to engage, and we just want to make sure we maintain that throughout the day. Please silence your cell phones. If you need to take a call, please step outside. The restrooms are going to be next to the elevators where you came in. All of the conference sessions will be held right here in this room, so you don't have to leave. We will be serving lunch, and that will be out on the patio. You're welcome to eat in this room or at the tables on the patio. The moderators will be providing a brief introduction, but if you want more information about our panelists and our moderators and speakers, there's a pamphlet, a booklet on your table, and you can find everyone's bios there. In each of the sessions, you will be able to ask questions. There are index cards on your tables. You can write your question on the index card and pass it to staff. They will be walking around picking up the index cards. They will give it to our moderator, and you will be allowed to ask questions. We'll do our best to get to as many questions as possible, but of course, we won't be able to get to all of them. So we're going to get started really quick with one more foundational question using our polling system to see how well everyone's doing. And the question is, has your trust in law enforcement increased, stayed the same, or decreased since 2020? Has your trust in law enforcement increased, stayed the same, or decreased since 2020? All right. Still going. Very good. Looks like everyone's using Menti. Good, good. Okay, so it looks like stay the same is running at the top. Okay, well, hopefully that will be part of the conversation that we're having today. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our first moderator, Miss Emily Williams. And if the rest of our panel will come up, our first panel, Sheriff Luna, Anna Maria, Mr. Williams, and Andrea.
Good morning, everyone. I will go ahead and give our panelists a moment to take their seats and test their microphones. Again, there are program booklets at your tables if you would like to take a look at who your panelists are today. My name is Emily Williams. I will be moderating this first panel. I know that we are getting a little bit of a late start, so I'm going to rely on the timekeepers that I was told would be here, who are going to pull a Kiki Palmer and pull me off the stage, as well as our panelists if we go over, although I think going over is a different time limit now than it is in the program. So thank you very much for your patience. Remind you that the restrooms are outside and down this way. There is food, coffee, refreshments in the back. And I also, in honor of Halloween, I have brought this jack-o'-lantern filled with goodies. And here is my ask of you. Please remove all the goodies from here because the walk back to the car is long and I don't want to have to carry an extra thing. So it's for selfish reasons, but I will just tell you what's in here. I now run a research and training center at the UCLA David Geffen School of Medicine called ACEs Aware, and we look at adverse childhood experiences and how that trauma early in childhood can affect whether you are sort of continue on that trauma spectrum as an adult or you cause trauma to other people. And what happens is our systems, our carceral system, mental health, homelessness, domestic violence, high hospital user, systems are filled with people who experience trauma before the age of 18. So if you would like to learn more about that, we have ACEs Aware hand sanitizers. We have ways to reduce stress, a little magnet called the Stress Busters wheel. We also have it in the form of a card. It's all in here, as well as a couple of stress reducing stress balls. Now, if you don't care about the stress and you're like, you don't want me to be the house that gives raisins, right? And, tips on how to be a good kid, because when you come trick-or-treating, there's lots of treats. You have to dig through the trauma-informed information to get to the Almond Joys and the Snickers at the bottom. So it'll be great. I'm going to put this back at the snack table and we'll know who you are. If you're digging and you bypass the trauma-informed stuff, we'll know who you are, but that's okay. No judging, no judging. So I'm going to put these back in here. We also have mints. And then after this panel, I will go ahead and bring this jack-o'-lantern back to that back snack table there. So sir, standing there, I apologize if you get mobbed for Halloween candy a little bit later on. All right. This is going down here now, and I am going to bring up my notes so that I can properly introduce you to our illustrious panel. Right. So too often we read or see news accounts about law enforcement officers using brutality, often called excessive use of force, against the community, sometimes with dire outcomes. And with each reported use of force, community trust in law enforcement agencies can erode. Community policing with a trauma-informed lens and crisis management training are essential to both prevent incidents and reduce their severity. By exploring factors that lead to crisis situations, this session will highlight the importance of building public trust in law enforcement agencies to improve policing and public safety. The panel will discuss the changes that must occur before community trust in law enforcement agencies begins to build. So again, my name is Emily Williams. I'm the CEO of the UCLA ACEs Aware Family Resilience Network, or UCAN. But I started my career at the City of Los Angeles in 2000 at the Human Relations Commission, serving as the police and community liaison. So I traveled with the Los Angeles Police Department to Chicago, Atlanta, New York, where we studied models of community policing through a grant that we'd received from the Bureau of Justice Assistance. And we looked at how other cities were doing community policing. If you all recall, there was a consent decree that was over LAPD back in the early 2000s. And so we were mandated, the police department was mandated to improve its community policing. At the time, the training commander who oversaw all of this, who I traveled with, was a man named George Gascon, who is now the LA County DA. But he was actually the training commander at LAPD when we were doing all of this community policing reform. I then served as an adjunct instructor at the Los Angeles Police Academy for 16 years, post-certified. But I have always, not always, I have for the last 23 years also been an ardent advocate for oversight, civilian oversight, and not just of law enforcement. We saw the $1 billion award that was given out to victims of the predatory gynecologist at USC. Anybody in a position of authority needs a civilian oversight body, not made up of people of that profession, so that there is objective analysis and evaluation of what went wrong and a prevention of that kind of activity and criminal activity, especially before it continues on. So I invite you to think about oversight as much broader than just law enforcement oversight, but a lot of different professions where trust must be engendered and where people are expected to respect and listen to authority. Oversight is very important. So we did the Menti, and we saw that trust in law enforcement has roughly stayed the same since 2020, followed closely by has decreased, and then followed by has increased. So since the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020, there have been numerous news accounts of law enforcement incidents gone wrong and community outcry seeking improvements to a system that has existed for many years. So this session is featuring a very diverse panel representing the County of Los Angeles Violence Prevention, the City of Los Angeles Public Safety, the City of Bell City Council, and the County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. So let me introduce you to our panelists, many of whom you already know or have heard of. First of all, to my immediate left and your right is Robert Luna, the Sheriff of the County of Los Angeles. He was elected as the 34th sheriff on November 8th, 2022. Sheriff Luna commands the largest sheriff's department in the country with nearly 18,000 budgeted sworn and professional staff. And I'm going to explain that word budgeted to non-county people. Budgeted means that's how many positions he has, 18,000. That doesn't necessarily mean those are the positions that are filled, because when there are budget freezes or when there are challenges in hiring, then sometimes those 18,000 budgeted positions don't get filled. In 2021, Sheriff Luna completed his service as the Long Beach Chief of Police, capping a 36-year career at the Long Beach Police Department, the county's second largest police department. The Honorable Ana Maria Quintana is Vice Mayor of the City of Bell. She attended local public schools before graduating from Yale University, taught and sought a master's degree from the Universidad de Navarra in Pamplona, Spain, and a law degree from Columbia Law School, where she joined the Human Rights Law Journal and Moot Court program. Ms. Quintana developed an expertise in public law while continuing to work as a real estate broker and serving on the Bell City Council. She first ran for Bell City Council in 2011 to reform and bring transparency to City Hall and has been reelected numerous times. Brian K. Williams currently serves as the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety for the City of Los Angeles. You may recognize him because from 2017 to 2023, he served as the inaugural Executive Director of the Civilian Oversight Commission. Previously, he served 11 years as an Assistant City Attorney in the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, where he handled thousands of criminal and civil matters and more than 100 cases. After serving 4 years as the Deputy Mayor of Los Angeles for Transportation, Environment, and Infrastructure, he was appointed as the Assistant City Manager for the City of Pasadena, where he oversaw the police, fire, planning, water and power, and human resources departments. He is a two-time UCLA Chancellor's Marshal. Go Bruins. Had to throw that in the home of the Golden Eagles. And finally, Andrea Welsing, who is the Director of Injury and Violence Prevention at the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. The Office of Violence Prevention works to strengthen coordination, capacity, and partnerships to address the root causes of violence and to advance policies and practices that are grounded in equity to prevent all forms of violence and to promote healing across all communities. Their team monitors the trends and circumstances of violent deaths affecting Los Angeles County to inform decision makers and program planners about ways to prevent and intervene on violence in the community at home and in the workplace. So now that I've told you a little bit about our panelists, let's go ahead and move on. We will start with the Honorable Robert Luna, LA County's Sheriff. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you'd like us to know.
Well, good morning to everybody. It's good to be in the room, and thank you, Ms. Williams, for your work and doing everything you've always done and what you're doing here today. As I look around this room, I see a lot of people I recognize, some I don't. And when I say I recognize people, just throughout my years in law enforcement and community engagement, working with a lot of people here hand in hand. And I emphasize when I say working with, it's working through good times and working through some significantly challenging times. But what I like to recognize, and I hope a lot of us walk away with today, that no matter how tough things get, as long as we're communicating, whether we agree or disagree, that's the key. So just a little bit about myself, and Ms. Williams introduced me, but I do recognize that when I was elected to this position, and by a very wide margin, the reason the community, the voters in LA County voted me in is because they want to change. That's my reality. I get it. Often people do forget that not only with me being elected by a wide margin, that the voters by 72% voted to remove or give the supervisors the authority to remove the sheriff
by a 4/5 vote if under certain circumstances. So all those things are very prevalent in the way I lead moving forward. I am about community. For those who have worked around me for years, as that kid growing up in East LA who always didn't have positive interactions with law enforcement, that's where my foundation comes from. But as we move through today, which I believe will be very productive, I want everybody in here not to lose focus of why we are here. And that is, at the end of the day, this community succeeds or fails based on our efforts, based on the ability to be able to have relationships and communicate. And people have said it over and over. This is a day of listening, a day to collaborate. And as I am the only one on the panel that does represent law enforcement, I want to say I'm very proud to represent the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Because as we work through some of the challenges, and there are challenges that are very well documented, please remember that as our team works together with all of you to make sure we're providing the best service possible, that at the end of the day, you have men and women who volunteer to do this job, to go out, put on a uniform, get in a radio car, and answer calls for service in a system that is far from being perfect. And I'm talking about a system that hasn't figured out how to deal appropriately with some of our most vulnerable community members that are experiencing mental illness, addiction, and a whole host of other issues regarding things that we don't control: poverty, economics, education. But yet our deputies go out there every day, 24/7, and they do the best job they can. And you know what? About 99% of the time, they do amazing. But there are times when we don't, because it's life. And I think, not to get into religion here, I think as far as my faith goes, there's only one person who's ever walked this earth who was perfect. But when I talk to my employees and they want help, meaning this, that in our department, and I just came from a conference with LA County chiefs, there wasn't one agency in LA County that isn't suffering from a lack of staffing, a lack of appropriate training, a lack of resources, thirsty for better policies, and that policy supported by training, and something that we in law enforcement have ignored for way too long, and that's employee wellness. Because of the difficulties that our men and women face on a daily basis, and we just keep on sending them out, just go do your job, and forget that they have to go home to their families and have to perform at their best every day to serve our community. So as we are discussing issues today, as we are getting into the issues that face all of our communities, I am all about community. I am committed to holding our members of our department accountable, but please don't forget there's another side to this story, and that's a lot of people who wear a uniform who are willing to commit every day their own livelihoods to protect all of us. So please, they have a story to tell. Let's listen to them. That's the only way we're all going to get better. Thank you so much for being here today. It's important, and I can't wait to learn from each and every one of you. Our employees are here to listen and learn and make us all better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna, for your brief remarks. Next, we will hear from the Honorable Ana Maria Quintana, Vice Mayor for the City of Bell. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Great. Honestly, I'm so honored that I was chosen, invited to participate in this panel. I was saying, it's like, I'm an elected official. I feel like my duty is to bring resources to my community in order to provide the services that my community needs. And one of them, obviously, is the PD department. I have a little bit of a presentation because I want to be able to put the city of Bell in context. How many of you guys are from the Southeast? Yay. How many of you from Bell? I know there's people from Bell because I've spoken to you already. Yay. I mean, any opportunity that I get to talk about my community, it's great. So is the presentation?
I believe there's some slides. They're
Yeah.
coming up now.
Yeah, I wanted to start off with that slide because in the process of doing research for my community, for this panel, I spoke to several officers and several of them quoted that verbatim. The police are the police and the public are the public and the public are the police, which speaks to the concept of community policing. So I found it very impressive that not one, but several quoted it verbatim. So next slide. The city of Bell, my community is really small. I think a couple of years ago in 2011, we made world news because of a scandal that broke out. You guys remember that? Okay, unfortunately, right? I was hesitant to bring it up because I want to forget that story, but it is very, very important because it is a big part of our history. So that is actually why I ran for office. I'm an attorney by trade. I come from a real estate background, and it was really my community service to be able to like give back. I felt like I had the resources and felt a duty, quite honestly, to step up. So if you look at the demographics in the city of Bell, that whole area, when I went to school in the East Coast, people would always say, oh, you're from East LA. And I was very clear and said, no, I am from the Southeast. And actually the Southeast, if you look at the concept of LA County, is the majority of the community is Latino. So my city is only 2.5 square miles. The population itself is 35,731. I say 40,000 because we have a community of undocumented residents who obviously don't identify. So we're a very young community. 32% of our population are under 18. 49% are foreign-born Latino, and we have a Lebanese community too. We have 9,000 households, and which again is really, really dense. We average approximately 14,000 per square mile. So we're very dense. I mean, we really are. Our PD department is really small. However, it meets the needs. So the next slide shows we have a chief of police, we have a lieutenant, we have a captain, 7 sergeants, 23 officers, I didn't put this, 4 dispatchers. The composition is 26 Hispanics, 4 Caucasian white, and 2 Black African American. Of those individuals, I say 32 because we actually have a vacancy right now, 11 of the 32 grew up in the city of Bell. That's huge. We have an Explorer program that usually is around 30, 35 students participate. Because of the pandemic, we shut it down, so we have 20. All of them are Bell residents. And you look at the participation as a whole, our city hall is small, our finance department has 5 individuals, 2 of them are from Bell. Our Bell PD staff has 5 individuals, 4 of them are from Bell. Community services, we have 71 employees, 35 are from Bell. And even Bell High School, we have 41 teachers in Bell High School who are graduates of Bell High. I mean, that's really significant. I knew that a lot of us go back and serve our community, but when I was doing research here, I was really astounded at how many of us go back to service our community. Our rotation, again, our department's really small, so what we do is highlight the community presence. So the last slide that I have up there, one more slide, shows the activities where our police department are visible in the community. So I put a number there with each one of the activities. If you add them up, we have 60 activities that take place on a yearly basis, and the police is present there at all times. So why is that important? Because what we try to do is create an environment in which the community trusts the police. I mean, how can they not when they see them on a daily basis, right? So the mantra and the direction that our officers receive on a daily basis is make sure that the community trusts the police, make sure that it's an environment in which folks are not afraid to contact the police, and very important, folks are not afraid to demand service from our police department. And that's huge because you demand service, you're gonna get quality service, right? The reason why it works with us, and we think about it, considering that so many of us are from Bell, is that when we have incidents when there's violence or escalation of crime, It's easier for our police officers to de-escalate because they're a part of the community, right? So you have a police officers who basically are someone's cousin, or they went to school with, with another member of the community. So having that community environment does lend itself to what really is community policing. I mean, how can it not be? We're all part of the members there. As for our finances, it's there. We do spend significant pennies on our police department. This previous slide shows that the funding that we allocate for the Bell Police is about $9 million, which is almost 50% of our general fund. So for those of you that are in, local government financing, the general fund is basically the pot of money that we can use for everything. And then we have restricted funds, which are a total of 38. But 50% almost of our general fund goes to this entity. And why is that significant? Because that is what the community wants. So people have asked me in the past, what do I prefer? Because it obviously becomes an issue of politics. Do I prefer the sheriffs, or do I prefer the Bell PD? And my response is always like, I was elected to vote and represent the interests of my community, and my community most definitely like having our Bell Police Department. So what my duty is to bring resources so that we can continue making that service, that department available for our community. As of now, the council, all of us, actually, funny enough, all of us are also Bell High School graduates. Our priority is to make sure that the resources are there, and each position, we talked about budgeted positions, every single position that we have that the chief of police has demanded has been funded. We do have some vacancies because there is a shortage of police officers, but our commitment is definitely there to make those services available. I mean, that's pretty much it. Every opportunity, again, my community works because we are a community. I mean, my family settled in that area when I was 9 years old. I went back to school, went away to school, came back. The same thing with all of my colleagues. The fact that people go away and come back to service, I think really says a lot about the love and just the pride that we have in our area. And not just Bell, but the community as a whole. Because for those of you that are familiar in the Southeast, when back in the day, all the schools used to go to Bell High School. So we have you had Maywood and Cudahy, who also have this love for the Bell area because that's where our high school is. So I welcome any opportunity to talk about Bell. If you guys have any insight or any recommendations as to how we can improve the area, I most definitely welcome it.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Quintana. And now we will hear from Brian Williams, who is the Los Angeles City Deputy Mayor for Public Safety.
Thank you. Thank you for the shout out. I thank you for the UCLA reference, by the way, but I have to give a shout. Any USC people here? Okay, I'll speak slowly so you guys can understand.
Oh! Shots fired.
Total shade. I had to do it. UCLA SC game is coming up. I had to do it. Thank you for having me here this morning. I do want to shout out my staff member who's here, Jacqueline Sandoval, who's a USC graduate and taught me that there are some smart people coming out of SC.
My goodness.
Thank you, Jackie, for being here. LAPD is a department that has a multi-billion-dollar budget. That's a lot of money, right? And if you account for that over years, it is tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars that we spend on policing. So when I took the job of Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, one of the questions the mayor asked me was, what do you want to change about LAPD? And I really thought about that question because so much of what I've done in my career has been informed by my experiences. When I was a city attorney in the LA City Attorney's Office back in the early 2000s, one of the things that I was tasked with doing was to lead the city's effort in dealing with the Rampart scandal. And of course, I have my own experiences with LAPD growing up in the Los Angeles area, and it was not always good experiences when I was growing up during that period of time. And so I thought about that question, and I was reminded of something a high school coach told me once, and that is this, that change isn't better, better is better. Coming in and changing the color of a uniform or changing how the police cars look, that's not better. We just have to find out what better is for our communities, right? And for me, better represents a department that, number one, reflects the community, that is respectful of a community, that truly believes in constitutional policing and 21st century policing, and that's the direction that we're going to go. So in my conversations with her, we went a step further and we sat down and we thought and we said, well, what happens if we just rethought policing in and of itself? How about we figure out a way so that we don't have to have $1 billion budget for a police department and we prevent people from having contact with our criminal justice system? If we had alternative means of policing. And so in our office, we have not only a deputy mayor of public safety, but we have a deputy mayor of community safety as well. And that community safety person, they're charged with developing an unarmed response, right? I have tremendous respect for folks who are in law enforcement. It's a tough job they have, and we ask way too much of them on a daily basis. They have to be social workers, they have to be mental health advocates, they have to be family practitioners. Sometimes they have to be physicians and nurses out there on the street treating our thousands of people who are unhoused in our community. And we ask way too much of them, and it is critically almost impossible for them to do everything that we want them to do. So why not look at this a different way? Let's, instead of sending an armed officer to an event where there is a person who is suffering a mental health crisis, send a mental health team. Why send an armed officer when someone is having a party at their house? And let's send some community reps and say, yo, turn your music down. Why can't we rethink what we're doing? And that's what we're doing. We want to stop and think about how we're doing policing. Can we take a step back and redo what we're doing? We are in no way saying that we want to defund the police, because there's always going to be need for law enforcement. But let's rethink how we do this. And when I say let us rethink, the question then is begged, who is us? Us is us in this room. It's the elected officials. It's those folks who are in uniform. It's the folks who come to these conferences like this. And when you really think about it, I think this is the third or fourth conference we've had. Third, okay. It's generally the same type of people. We're almost preaching to the choir who show up at these conferences. And why is that? It's because other folks are just going through their daily lives and they're not thinking about policing until it contacts them, until someone breaks into their house or they're stopped by the police. And so you become effectively the voices for those who simply don't have the time or the energy or the knowledge to come to a place like this. And we here are the ones who are going to have to make that change. So I'm always an eternally optimistic person. And I absolutely believe this, that if we get this right in LA County, with the sheriff's department that has some 8,000 sworn officers, is that where you are now? 10,000? You got 2,000 in a year? No, I'm joking. 10,000 sworn officers, a similar number with LAPD, Long Beach Police Department, that is a really large department. The nation watches what we do. And if we get this right, the opportunity of a lifetime only lasts during the lifetime of that opportunity. And we're in that moment right now, that opportunity moment right now. If we get this right, we can literally change how policing is done across America. And as America goes, the world goes. So let's get it right. We can seriously make a huge difference. I'll end on this, and this is a challenge and a warning to us all. We're going to have some difficult days ahead. We have a country that is so politically divided right now, a Congress that is just not effectual. We just elected a speaker after, I think, 3 or 4 times. An election that's coming up that's going to really politically divide the country. And there are some dangers coming up with that election. Who knows what may happen with the new Speaker of the House? He may decide not to certify the election, depending upon which direction it goes. There's war in the Middle East. There are economic issues coming up. So we're going to have some really, really difficult times. And it is in those difficult times where we sometimes forget what our rules of engagement are. So no matter how difficult these days become, no matter how tough it becomes, we still have to have constitutional policing. You still have to engage. We still have to abide by the rules. But with crisis comes opportunity, and this is our chance to get it right and literally change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Before we hear from our final panelist, Andrea Welsing, I would like to invite commission staff to go around to the tables and pick up questions. So if you would like to ask a question of the panel, please go ahead and fill out your index card. And then you can wave down a commission staff member who will pick up the card from you. and will bring them to me so that we can see how many questions we can get to during this period. So let's hear now from Andrea Welsing, who is the Director of Injury and Violence Prevention at the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Really hard to follow Brian because he's so engaging and so well-spoken on this. But so I just want to introduce myself and my office just a little bit. And then a couple of things that Brian said that I just really want to highlight because they're on my mind, as well as we have this conversation and this dialogue. So my name is Andrea Welsing. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Office of Violence Prevention. Our office was established by the LA County Board of Supervisors in 2019, and I came on board as director of that office in September of 2019. Prior to the office being officially established, there was violence prevention work housed in the Department of Public Health under the Injury and Violence Prevention Program. And so we built on a foundation of that work, and we built on a foundation of violence prevention strategies in South LA. And so our office, we have, when we stood up, we developed a strategic plan. We have 6 implementation priorities that we are focused on, and that includes establishing regional violence prevention coalitions. So in a county as large as LA County, you have to do this work local, place-based. And so we have funding to establish regional violence prevention coalitions in the 8 service planning areas in LA County. We are expanding our trauma prevention initiative, which is really the foundation of our work. And that funds street outreach and violence intervention, community violence intervention, and hospital-based violence intervention in 9 communities throughout LA County. Started out in 4 communities in South LA way back in 2015, 2016, and really established that work working closely with community members. So now we went from the 4 communities in South LA to 9 communities countywide. We are implementing a crisis response pilot in South LA, and that includes the Family Assistance Program that you heard referred to earlier, and I'll talk more about that as we get into the questions. We are advancing trauma-informed and healing-centered systems change, acknowledging that our systems, and starting with our county systems, are not always trauma-informed. And so how do we work to provide training, education, policies, and practices that are trauma-informed? Other important roles of our office or functions that we're doing are creating an open data portal. Data is important to inform our efforts, and we want the data that we have access to, data from the coroner's office, data from the hospitals, data from death certificates, and other surveys and other things. We want to make that data available to the public. And so it should be culturally relevant and community accessible data. And it's not just the quantitative data, but it's qualitative data. So we worked with the Department of Arts and Culture on a project called Violence, Hope, and Healing in Los Angeles County that collected the stories of 100 individuals impacted by violence to inform our work. We in our office, we firmly believe in being survivor-centered and lifting up the voices of those most impacted by violence to help inform our strategies. So Open Data Portal will have quantitative and qualitative data available on it and really highlight some of the stories that we heard to help push forward systems change. And last, when we built the office, we built it also with, we added on a communication strategist, really feeling it was important to shift the narrative on violence and trauma. So often the stories that we hear in the news are one aspect or one side of it. And so really felt it was important to lift up the work of our community partners, also to really have some common grounding. And then recently in June 2022, after Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York, and other mass shootings, but also in recognition of the increase in homicides during the COVID pandemic, 2020, we stood up a gun violence prevention platform, which focuses on 4 priorities out of a 40-point platform to really prevent gun violence injuries and deaths. And that includes advocating for robust legislation, investing in social connection and healing spaces and services, increasing awareness about restraining orders, including gun violence restraining orders, and really investing in schools and school safety and looking more upstream. So to Brian's point, like, and as we have this conversation, I really think there's two things that are important. I think it's absolutely true here in LA, as a region, LA County, LA City, as we work together and across the board with other regions like Long Beach and Pasadena, we have a moment. This is a moment. The county and the leadership of our board and other leaders, such as the Honorable Ana Maria Quintana, you know, we're really looking at systems and structures change. And Sheriff Luna, it's being open and here and to this conversation, we stood up the anti-racism, diversity and inclusion. That's a moment. We're really looking at how we do this work in an equitable fashion. That's a moment. People are more aware of a trauma-informed approach. That's a moment. How can we shift our practices and systems right now to create the future that we all want to see, and the future that's really important in terms of investing in our young people and creating different environments for all young people in LA County, in LA City. And so I think fundamentally, here's our moment and our opportunity for change, but we really need to focus on trauma-informed approaches, you know, equity approaches. And, you know, when the board put this office in the Department of Public Health, they put it there for a reason. And that reason was to focus on prevention. So we do prevention, intervention, and healing. And I tell this story, and I'll end on this story because some of you have heard it a lot and others maybe not. And I think I love it because it so exemplifies the role of public health and our focus on prevention. And it's that parable about the fisher person standing on the banks of the river, right? I'm standing on the banks of the river. I'm fishing. It's a beautiful day. I'm there. Along the river, coming that rapidly, you know, moving river, comes an individual. They're drowning. They're like, help, help, you know, I'm drowning, help me, jump in, go in, save that, get that individual, swim back to the shore. You know, are you all right? Are you okay? Then another individual comes down that same river stream. Help, help, I'm drowning, I need help. Jump in again and save. And then soon there's massive quantities of bodies coming down that river and they're drowning. While we're about the work of intervening and taking people out and helping people, we have to pause and say, why are people falling in that river in the first place? Pause and look upstream and say, why are people falling in the river in the first place? And why are some individuals crossing a bridge that's broken and other individuals have access to a perfectly fine bridge that they can cross any time of day without it failing? So our role in public health, and I think our role in for all of us and within the is to look upstream. How do we prevent violence before it occurs? How do we invest in strategies and conditions? And how do we invest so that people don't fall into that river? Because that is a much harder job to take somebody out and it costs a lot more to do that and then to wrap them around with services and care than to prevent that injury and that violence from happening in the first place. And I would take that analogy one step further. As I think about it, you know, they're all important, the prevention, the intervention, and the healing, the taking and the wrapping the services around. But what we also have to keep in mind is that those who watch the individuals falling in, that they experience trauma, those who are rescuing people out, experiencing trauma, and young people who then, is that the reality? I'm going to fall in that river. So as we think about this and have the conversation today, really my focus will be on encouraging us all to think about how do we do solutions in a way that prevents these things from happening in the first place, rather than after the fact, caring for people afterwards. We need to do both, but my focus will be prevention. But thank you very much for having me.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Welsing.
Thank you to all of our panelists for the information that they shared and for being candid. We have, I'm so excited to report, a number of questions from the audience. And I am going to try to get to as many of them as possible. I will be consolidating some of the questions that are similar, but hopefully we'll get to, I think I can get to about 80% of these questions. And so there's a couple of questions just for individual panelists and then some questions for all of the panelists. The first question that somebody asked, and what I would like is just almost a rapid fire 30-second response from each of you if you would like to answer the question. Please define community policing. For anyone who would like to start.
Engagement, partnership, listening, being visible, responsible, accessible, and as transparent as you possibly can with each other. And like I said earlier, constant communication and coordination. If you're not listening, you're not going to be successful. We do not do what we do without you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to add to that?
Yeah, being one with the community, being a part of the community, providing those services where you're providing service, but you really do see yourself reflected in that leadership. I think it's what really provides that security that the communities are definitely striving for.
Thank you.
I would say it's where the community has decided to first police itself without having to call someone in, and then when necessary, calling in those police officers who are already familiar with that community.
And I would just, I think I really concur with the Honorable Quintana. I'd like to it's about, to me, when I think of that, it's just, is that your community? As almost as if we live in communities, is that your community? And how would you engage with that community? As if the individuals in that community were part of your family, those children were part of your, you were your children. And so how do we build the relationships, to what Sheriff Luna said? That's, to me, it's about the relationships. It's about being and investing in community and really as if you were a part of that community, just the day-to-day interaction. You lived there, you were there, those were your people and your family. How would that change the lens? Would it change the lens? I don't know.
Thank you. All very good responses. I'm going to now direct a question that was originally for Sheriff Luna and for Brian Williams, but I'm going to open it up to all panelists. There is great interest in holding town halls in the community, right? So we've got this opportunity to interact with leaders and with each other. But are there plans to hold town halls for the county? It's a huge undertaking because you're going to either do it by SPA or by supervisorial district. In the city of Bell, perhaps you can just have one town hall a year or two. And then Brian, in the city of Los Angeles, it's a pretty big undertaking too. And I believe, Andrea, that there are opportunities for violence prevention to be in the community also, to hear from folks. So would love to hear about any plans for that, or if you don't have plans for that, what perhaps you could take away from this conference that could influence you to plan town halls.
So from our perspective, from the Sheriff's Department, the answer is yes. We absolutely believe in town hall meetings. We've been working in partnership with our Civilian Oversight Commission, with the Inspector General. Our Office of Constitutional Policing, which was developed several months ago in our department, is working with the U.S. Department of Justice, Community Relations Services, and we've already had one up in the city of Palmdale. We had one in Compton, and we plan on having them throughout the county. They are critical, they're important, but I think we need to do a better job as a Sheriff's Department to make sure that we get the right community members in there. And that's a true reflection of the entire community. So we got to figure out a better way to communicate to get more people there. I heard San Gabriel Valley, yes.
How many of you would attend a town hall if it were held in your community? 12 people? That's it? Nobody else here would. Come on, get those hands up if you would attend a town hall. You want to encourage our panelists to hold the town halls, right? So there we go, more people. Excellent. Thank you.
So town halls, actually the city of Bell, I have a lot of town halls in the city of Bell. That's actually how we started. Again, I'm an educator, so I do believe in empowerment. Before that, I was an organizer. I think that the more information the community has, the more involved they are going to be, right? And people are definitely striving for for information. So one of the things that I started off in 2015 was an initiative called Rebuilding Bell One Block at a Time, which was basically a cleanup. However, what I would tell my the participants, where most of them were explorers and members of the Interact Club from Bell High School, was your task is not to clean streets, but to set an example of civic engagement. So I didn't have enough brooms at the time. So what I would tell my students was knock on people's doors, ask for a broom, and invite them to participate. Because you're not cleaning their streets. You're setting up an example. In the process of knocking on people's doors and seeing them, because we did this regularly for a year and a half, what we also did is make sure that the residents received information. So what I try to do is, because when the scandal first broke out, one of the things that happened is that people weren't not necessarily involved, but they didn't have access to City Hall. So we started a live streaming. And actually, I got a text message from Miguel, because some folks that helped me with that process in 2011 are here now. So big shout out to Miguel. I think he's around here. By live streaming the council meetings and having those town halls, we hosted them on my website initially, and now they're a part of the City of Bell's website all around, so they see it. So what I try to do is do timely things. So for example, remember when they had the Muslim ban? We have a significant Lebanese population. So we did a town hall on knowing your rights when people were being stopped. When there's like separation of families, again, we have a big population of undocumented residents who have families, on the other side of the border. So we inform them as to what information they need to make sure that they give that information to families so that they know what to respond. And if they do cross the border, then they know what to say so the families aren't separated, right? I do first-time home ownership. We've done immigration town halls, know your rights. Town halls, we kind of combine with the neighborhood council, neighborhood watch, in which information is given. Information is power, and community definitely, and the residents would definitely appreciate that. So I assure you that if you have a town hall, people will come.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, I think this is a great example of a community convening. I don't know who thought of this initially, but it is a great example of how we can do these things. And I think next year when you all do this, we ought to have LAPD here as well. Because I think when you're stopped by the cops, doesn't matter what color the uniform is, you're just being stopped by the cops, and you want to deal with that, right? Our police commission, they hold town convenings around town. I think we need to increase those. The mayor just had a telephone town hall, and she's going to do a series of those throughout the year. It's difficult at times in a community that is just so large and so disparate to hold these convenings, but I think it's something that we're going to have to do. And we're certainly committed to holding these types of convenings and these types of town halls. But again, for next year, I certainly am hoping that LAPD will be here as well.
And I'll just close quickly by saying, yes, in the Office of Violence Prevention, we do listening sessions. We do them in the communities where we're housed. We do them regularly and routinely. We've done them in partnership with the board. We've done them in partnership with COC when the Family Assistance Program was up for review, and we to really listen to people who were most impacted by, death at the hands of law enforcement. We've done them in Florence Firestone recently, and we've done them for our crisis response pilot, and we just had one recently around that. And I think those listening sessions and town halls are important. It's important to share information. It's important to be transparent. This is where we are. It's important to listen. And whenever we set them up, I always say, like, the proportion of us talking versus community talking should be really weighed in heavily in the time allocated for us to listen to people and what they have to say. At the same time, I think the real challenge and the real meat of it is just sitting day by day in communities and having those tables and going to those tables, not inviting people to come to us, but really going to where people are and listening to people regularly and routinely and as a part of being in that community and doing work in that community. And then I would still say, and this is the last thing I'll say, is that I still think we miss people when we do that. There are people who can't make it because they're working 2 jobs or they don't have childcare or transportation. We try to build those things in, but who are we listening to? But who's not at the table is a really important element as we think about listening sessions and town halls, and who are we hearing from and who are we not hearing from as we work collectively to try to improve our systems.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. So hopefully you'll be doing road shows and folks here and elsewhere who didn't get to be here today will be able to see you and speak to you and ask questions. We have some more questions. So I'm going to go ahead and close the audience Q&A period, meaning we're not accepting any more questions because we have more than enough up here. So I'm going to go ahead and just direct some, what I hope will be quick questions to individual panelists that the audience is looking to understand better. First of all, for Sheriff Luna, there was a question about why deputies for their first couple of years on the job serve in the jails. And I want to add to that, the question didn't have this, but I know they also serve in the courthouses. So why is it that their first assignments as their brand new deputies are in the jails and in the courthouses where they may develop certain attitudes or impressions that they wouldn't get if they were on the streets?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That is true. When our deputies graduate from the 22-week academy, they go into a custody training session. And historically, that is where our deputies have gone. I've got to tell you this, that as a person that's come from outside the sheriff's department, who's always respected this department a lot, that is a question that we're asking internally. Is that a good thing? It may be, it may not be. But it's my opportunity to listen. And just because something's been done the same way for decades, again, it's important for us to challenge our thought process internally and externally. As I've asked, I've actually gotten really good responses from both sides. Some people believe that deputies learn bad traits. And I've talked to people who say that they go in there and they do learn how to engage people at a very different level. And for those of you who are not familiar with our custody environment, it is a difficult place. But most people who talk to me about it don't always understand it to the best of their ability. And there are some really good programs that we have in our custody facilities. Our FIP program, which we graduated several of our inmates, several of the people in the audience were there to learn to engage people with mental illness, for example, at a much different level. You couldn't buy that level of experience anywhere else. So as we move forward, we'll continue to challenge the ways that we do things. We are now starting to send deputies straight out to patrol. Not all of them, but we're trying it out. We're going to try different things. And as we move forward, we will not be afraid to think out of the box.
Thank you. We got a few questions about school resource deputies and school resource officers. So I'm going to direct this question to Ana Maria and to Sheriff Luna, but also Andrea and Brian, you have an opportunity to answer if you'd like. So combining about 4 different questions. First of all, for the city of Bell, does the youth population, which you mentioned was 30% of the city of Bell, do they share your optimism about seeing police everywhere? Also, how do we ensure that school resource deputies and officers view the arrest of students as the last resort and not the first? So there is some concern from audience members that placing police in schools doesn't necessarily make students safer, but it actually makes students more afraid and potentially could contribute to biased policing and increased discipline of students who are acting out. And of course, we have to remember many students who are acting out are experiencing trauma at home or in the community. And the way that they are seeking help and seeking attention is often in behavior that is acting out.
Yeah, thank you for that question. For me, I start off by saying I listen to my community. And that is, I listen to the entire community because there's definitely a lot of different opinions about this. And I've talked to community members who feel very strong that a police officer or deputy should not be on the school campus. And I respect those opinions. And then I've talked to parents who say, I want a police officer on this campus. You don't have to look very far. or back into history to see a lot of the challenges that we have on school campuses, unfortunately, because of our personal opinion, weak gun laws. We are where we are. The mass shooting that just happened in the state of Maine, although it didn't happen on a school campus, those are issues that consistently come up. So the conversations need to continue. And there are examples of where individual things have occurred on a school campus, specifically as it relates to the discipline of children. To be honest with you, I don't want our deputies involved in the discipline of children on a school campus, because typically when we get called to those situations, and I have the utmost respect for anybody in education, something has failed drastically if that's happening, whether it's at home or on that school campus. So we always try to find alternatives, but from another perspective, I'm sitting in front of you in uniform because of a contact I had in the first grade with a deputy sheriff in a school in East Los Angeles. That's the first person that influenced me to think that whoever wears these uniforms is a hero, and this is a direction I wanted to go. And if you talk to many police officers, that's a story you'll hear over and over, because unfortunately, specifically in communities of color, like the one I grew up in, the police was not always talked about positively in a household. So when you go to school and you have a good police officer or deputy there, they're able to mentor kids, teach them things about life that you normally don't hear. Our job, our challenge in law enforcement is to make sure if we're going to put deputies or police officers at schools, that we pick the right people and they have the right training and they're engaging at the right level. And there's definitely an argument for not being involved in the discipline process there. Sorry for the long answer, but it's a very complex issue, a very important issue too.
I mean, I don't know if the youth share my optimism, but I do think that would definitely our residents have a love for our community. Again, I mentioned at any given time, we have 3 officers and 1 sergeant. That is not a huge presence of, right? I would dare say you're there. So one of the complaints that we have actually is that we don't have enough visibility, because it sounds like there's a lot, but for a community of 40,000, they're not as visible as we would want them to be. That's why getting the police officers and the Explorers programs at every community event is very, very important. So I definitely don't think that we have an environment in which our youth feel that they're surrounded by police, that they're being I don't know, over supervised. I don't get that impression. When it comes to the Explorers, we actually usually have a waiting list for people to get involved. So, I mean, I think that speaks volumes.
Great. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just real quickly, I think it's such a complex issue. I've seen examples where we've had officers on campuses and the officers are an extension of the administration. So when is an issue with one of the youngsters who's on campus, rather than calling an administrator, they immediately hop over to the officers. That's one issue. The second issue is that there is bias in policing. And oftentimes it is Black and brown youngsters who are on these campuses who are the ones who are contacted the most by the school resource officers. So it's a complex issue. I think the community definitely has to be engaged and involved in deciding what they want for their local campuses. We want the kids and the administrators to be safe, but there has to be that balance between feeling safe and making sure that there aren't certain groups of people who are constantly contacted by police resource officers and sending them down that road into the criminal justice system.
Thank you.
And I know we're short on time, but I would just concur. I won't add too much here, but I do want to say that we are investing in American Rescue Plan dollars that we have allocated from the board for school safety initiatives that really are looking at how can school resource that be the last resort, and how do we front end with resources and mental health supports and things before we get to that. And so again, would just stress a prevention oriented approach. And then how do we, invest in that, and so that is that is the last that's the last resort, are used as needed, but that kids and schools can feel safe. And this issue of equity and who's most impacted by that, I think is an important one for us to look at as well. Yeah.
And if I can ask for a huge favor, please, as parents, don't walk up to somebody in uniform and say, if you don't listen, this person's going to take you to jail. I cannot tell you how many times somebody has walked up to me as a parent holding a 4-year-old, 5-year-old little boy saying, hey, if you don't do your homework or you don't listen, he's going to take you to jail. Please do not do that. It happens consistently.
Yeah, one of the things I want to highlight, don't forget, the composition of our police department is representative of our community. So we don't have that problem in which we have, brown and brown folks being targeted because a police officer, more than likely, is a member of the community and they look no different than the youth. I think that's really, really a big factor.
Okay, some more questions. A question came in. Do any of you reside in the community that you represent?
By law, I have to. And I want to.
Yes, when I was a police chief in Long Beach, I lived in Long Beach, and I currently live in Los Angeles County.
Great. And I mean the city and then the county.
Yeah, no,
Ah,
no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, live in Pasadena.
I live in Los Angeles County.
there you go.
You
There
do?
you go. 75%. That's not bad. And Brian, you did work for the city of Pasadena, so
I did.
you didn't
yeah.
want to move out. And props, because Andrea and I went to school in the city of Pasadena, so another. All right. And so there are a couple of other questions. So what I am doing is with the questions we don't get to, I have put the name of the person they're for, and I will be handing them out like Halloween candy to the panelists. So if you have an opportunity to interact with the panelist, or if any panelist has to go, if there's anybody else representing you here, then please, this will give members of our audience the opportunity to get their question answered. There is a question, though, that is probably burning at the top of many people's minds, and Sheriff Luna, it is for you. It is the question that you probably get all the time. What are you doing to abolish deputy gangs or to hold the members accountable?
A lot. We formed our Office of Constitutional Policing. Director Eileen Decker is sitting in the back. Her and her staff were instrumental in helping to assist in putting this together. And by the way, I didn't thank the members of our Civilian Oversight Commission who are here and work very hard to do this together, as well as the Inspector General. Obviously, that challenge has been well documented. I do start off every conversation with saying this, that the vast majority of our employees are amazing. They do amazing work. They're embarrassed by this issue. Nobody else wants to resolve this more than they do, along with our community. We are currently working on policy. We are reflecting and really evaluating the way we've done investigations, administrative investigations, criminal investigations in the past, and we're working towards improving there. We are, as it was stated when we started, the first thing I did when I came into office is I put out a directive that allowed the Inspector General back into our building. He wasn't allowed in our building before then. Trying to do everything we can to cooperate, work with, although we always don't agree, and this is not only with our Inspector General, but our Civilian Oversight Commission. I see them as not the enemy. It's not an us versus them. It is an us working together to really challenge this issue once and for all, because I don't want people to think, when they think about the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, to think about that. We are so much more. We do amazing work every day, and I want to focus on that. And the only way to get there is to make sure we resolve this other issue regarding deputy gangs, cliques, and subgroups. We're working on it. We will continue to work on it, and the good men and women will flourish behind it. So thank you.
Thank you. And our final question, which is for all of the panelists. We know that there are a number of people in this room who are doing the hard work every day of improving community police relations. And then there are people in this room who perhaps are curious about what they can do and maybe may feel like they throw their hands up because they don't know how to contribute to the solution rather than the problem. So if each of you were to give 30 seconds of advice to somebody in the audience of how to get involved and how to be a part of the solution to build trust between the community and law enforcement, what would that advice be?
I have the mic in my hand, so I'll start again. A lot of it's been stated already. Man, you have to just be willing to listen, to get in a room. And yes, we've all had different experiences and things come up, but do not go all the way far to the left. Do not go all the way far to the right. The answer is always somewhere in the middle. If you give somebody an opportunity to just be heard, let people know they matter, whether you're wearing a uniform or not, everybody matters. Your opinion matters. Your experiences matter. Just give people an opportunity to be heard. It's, to me, as simple as that sounds, this entire country's struggling with that. And we have to be better. And as Brian said, we have an opportunity to lead here. So let's lead together.
Great. Who'd like to go next?
Let me think about it.
There's a Native American saying that I absolutely love, and it says that everything and everyone around us is a teacher. And I think if we all just sort of step back and recognize the humanity in all of us, whether you wear a uniform or not, that is the basis upon which we can first communicate. Secondly, is to get involved in your neighborhood, right? Make sure your house is in order, take care of your neighbors. And then the third part, of course, is to engage our police officers at events like this. If you see them in the local store, say hello and begin that conversation. I think once we know each other better, and it's not us versus them, but we're all in this together, when we realize that, then we'll have a much better policing effort and a much safer community and a better humanity overall.
And my advice would be similar, like it's local and it's place-based. We all come from communities. LA County is so large, and we really just need to do this community by community. So I would invite you, whether it's part of our office and our regional violence prevention coalitions, our trauma prevention initiative, community action for peace networks, I think that's where the work is done. We build it around communities and we build those tables, and those tables need to be multidisciplinary. It takes all of us working towards a common goal. We all have that common goal, and we need to keep that in mind. We're all striving for violence-free communities. We're all striving for communities where our youth can thrive and where everyone equitably has access to the resources and opportunities that they need to survive, no matter your skin color, no matter your zip code. So local, place-based, invitation to come to our tables. If it's not our table, I know there are tables in every community. Make sure, look around that room. I look at the room every time I step into a space where I'm invited to speak, to say who's there, and is it reflective of the community? Who's at that table? Is it reflective of the community? Does it include all the multidisciplinaries, whether it's mental health, law enforcement, public health, whoever it may be, it needs to be a multidisciplinary table, and that table and those tables need to center the voices of those most impacted and those who have come out on the other side of violence to share their stories, so that they're the key part of informing the solutions. But it's really together and thinking outside the box too about who's at the table. It's usually the same partners. Who is someone else that needs to be at the table? And how do we engage people, private business, healthcare institutions, academia, like everybody at the table to really improve our community. So an invitation to come to ours, an invitation as you think about how you're building your tables to think more broadly and expansively about who's at that table, and does it center the voices and the people of those most impacted, and have we done the things that we need to do to ensure that they can be at that table, so that they can be part of that, building up those solutions. So that's what I would say.
Here, I'll try.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding us of the importance of the voice of lived experience, because often that is not at the table. And I know that we will be hearing more during our keynote presentation today.
Hey, can I
Yeah, one more thing.
Yeah, just, I skipped because I wanted a couple of seconds to think about what it is that
Oh,
happens.
that's right. That's right. You did
It's
go.
You know, one of the things that I do when I ran for office during campaign season is I make it a point to door knock. And what I find truly enjoyable is that I door knock from 4 to 9 or 4 to 8. And what I find is that during that time period, families are together. I mean, the unity does exist there. So my recommendation really, it starts in the home, you know, educating your children, informing your children, like creating that family unit and that community involvement. I mean, we used to, just my volunteers, we used to like run around and say like, who would get invited to dinner the most? You know, who would actually get invited to have like un cafecito, et cetera, et cetera. And we would like, you know, basically run that little tally, and that environment exists. So having that dinner, that conversation, that sense of family unity, I think if you have that strong unit there, it will transcend outside of your home.
Thank you. So to recap, I just want to thank our panelists, Sheriff Luna, who emphasized the importance of employee wellness, talked about challenges with recruiting, and then thanked the deputies within his department for the job that they do every day, day in and day out, despite the pressures. Vice Mayor Ana Maria Quintana, who talked about despite the small size of the city of Bell, many residents stay in Bell or come back to serve in various positions, including law enforcement. Vice Mayor, Deputy Mayor Brian Williams, who talked about the $1 billion LAPD budget and the fact that there are now 2 deputy mayors there, one overseeing public safety and one overseeing community safety and tasked with creating unarmed responses. And lastly, we heard from Andrea Welsing, who taught us about peace networks, place-based multidisciplinary solutions, and the importance of centering equity and the voice of lived experience. I hope that this has been a valuable panel for everybody in the room, and please join me in thanking our panelists for joining us today. Thank you, everyone. I'm handing the questions to the panelists. And thank you to those of you who asked questions. If you didn't ask a question, I have a special Halloween treat for you. So come and see me at the back table with my jack-o'-lantern, and I will give you a special treat if you asked a question and you didn't get it answered.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. We're going to be taking a short 5-minute break, give you some time to stretch out before we commence with the session number 2. Thank you.
Like release has it. All right, thank you for participating. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get started. Diversion and meaningful transitions from custody to community plays an essential role in building safe and healthy communities and keeping people out of the criminal justice system. The goal is to reduce recidivism and promote rehabilitation and community reintegration for individuals involved in the criminal justice system. Today, we'll hear from professionals who have vast knowledge in this area. We have a great panel of speakers lined up to discuss this question. There are index cards at everyone's table. Please go ahead and feel free to write down some of your important questions. Raise your hand when you're done, and staff will come by and pick those up so we can address our panelists. All right, let's get going. Doug Halbert is a Long Beach City prosecutor. He was elected in 2010 and re-elected in 2014, 2018, and 2022. As prosecutor, he started Long Beach's gang prevention strategy, a three-part approach to reducing gang involvement by youth, while also assisting former gang members with social services. In addition to reducing gang violence, City Prosecutor Halbert is also recognized as a national leader in court diversion programs and alternative sentencing programs. One of his programs, the Long Beach Community Service Worker Diversion Program, was named Best Neighborhood Program in America by nonprofit organization Neighborhoods USA. And today we hope to hear more from him about Long Beach's law enforcement assisted diversion. Doug Halbert, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Gina Ekus is the Acting Director of Office of Adult Programs in the county's newly formed Justice Care and Opportunities Department. Ms. Ekus oversees prevention, pretrial, diversion, and reentry programs, Care First Community Investment, the Incubation Academy, and Jail Closer Implementation Team. Prior to this position, she worked in the Chief Executive Office, in the Alternatives to Incarceration Office, and on the Jail Closer Implementation Team. Gina's county career started in the Office of County Counsel, where she advised on pretrial reform efforts as a co-lead of the bail reform team. She also represented the Department of Children and Family Services and served as counsel to registrar, recorder, county clerk. Gina advised the county on Measure J, redistricting, and the California Public Records Act. Welcome, Gina. Fernando Rejon serves as the executive director after building the Urban Peace Institute agenda for over a decade. In 2008, he began his work to build the Urban Peace Academy as a platform to train gang intervention, street outreach workers, law enforcement, community stakeholders, and public officials in implementing violence reduction strategies focused on redefining community safety and health. Over the years, he has trained thousands of leaders nationally on the role of gang intervention and the development of non-traditional community safety strategies. He has trained and advised law enforcement agencies across the country on creating safety and reducing violence through innovative policing strategies that increase public trust and leverage investment in building neighborhood-level leadership. He has emerged as a national leader through on addressing complex issues around neighborhood violence, policing, and policy development. Fernando, welcome. Lisa Small currently serves as the Director of Youth and Transformative Justice at the Liberty Hill Foundation, where she works to execute a shared vision to end youth incarceration and build a positive youth development framework in Los Angeles County through grant making, capacity building, and policy reform work. Previously, Lisa served as Senior Manager of Smart Justice at the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, where she led efforts to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline through program development, policy reform, and systems change approaches. She also developed education policy and advocacy campaigns on behalf of foster youth and other underserved populations during her time at the Advancement Project, and she provided therapeutic interventions to adolescents and adults through her work at Gateways Hospital and Mental Health Center. Lisa, welcome. Now I'll turn over to our panelists to share a little bit more with us, what they'd like for us to know about their work. And again, if you would write your questions on those index cards, we'll be sure to come and take them up from you. Doug, why don't we get started with you?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to serve the people of Long Beach as the elected city prosecutor. It's a position I take very seriously, and not just because it's a career choice that I've made, but because prosecutors are uniquely situated in the criminal justice to effectuate change. Sometimes you lose focus of the whole criminal justice system from beginning to end, but we're at the part before a case goes to court. We review cases, which gives prosecutors the ability to look at a different policy or a different opportunity than the traditional criminal justice system. I'm extremely proud of what we've done in Long Beach, and a couple of the programs have already been mentioned. But several years ago, we noticed that there were a lot of unemployed or underemployed young adults. And we were talking about young adults here a few minutes ago as panelists. In California, on your 18th birthday, something magical happens. You go to bed a juvenile, you wake up an adult. Well, on your 18th birthday, an entirely different system applies to you than when you were 15, 16, and 17. I don't believe it makes sense to draw a bright line exactly on your 18th birthday. So we created a jobs-based diversion program for 18, 19, 20, all the way up to 24-year-olds in partnership with our local workforce investment network. And I'm just mentioning that because I looked around the country for other prosecutors that created a pre-filing jobs-based diversion program, and I couldn't find another one. And it shocked me then, and it shocks me today that we don't have more innovative and creative ideas at the prosecutor level, because we are uniquely situated in the criminal justice system to work on alternatives to the entire criminal justice system, which may be a better outcome for the individual who made a mistake, but it's also better for all of us. Every single person, from the most progressive to the most conservative person I've talked to, loves the idea of diverting cases, especially first-time offenders, into jobs and out of the criminal court system. And so I mentioned that, and I'm the only prosecutor on this panel, but I'm happy to talk more about any of our programs. The CSW program was named the best neighborhood program in America. Not everyone was pre-filing, but the vast majority of them are. We created a program that allows people who are suffering from addiction and mental illness to get live-in treatment as an alternative to jail in Long Beach. And eventually the county actually has a program very similar now, rapid diversion, which is largely based on what we were doing several years ago. In any event, I'm very proud of what we've done in Long Beach, and I'm happy to talk with all of you about how we came about the decisions to really transform locally the cases that we get here in Long Beach. And also, for clarification, I'm the city prosecutor, which means I'm not the DA or part of the DA's office. There are about 10 cities that handle their own adult misdemeanor cases in LA County, because the county is so large. 10 cities kind of broke off and handle their own prosecution. So that's what I do. I don't handle juvenile cases. I don't handle felony cases, but I handle most of the cases in Long Beach are adult misdemeanors, and that comes under the jurisdiction of my office. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to answering the questions you have.
Absolutely. Thank you, Doug. Gina.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone. Happy to be here today and talk to you about the county's newest department, the Justice Care and Opportunities Department. So our mission at JCOD, as we call ourselves, is to cultivate a person-centered, coordinated continuum of care for vulnerable justice-impacted individuals in their communities. By leading collaborative system improvement efforts, we focus on prevention, diversion, reentry to achieve community safety, well-being, and equitable justice. And this is important because it is a base and a foundation for all of the work that we do. And really this started before the Justice Care and Opportunities Department was created on November 1st of 2022 of last year. So we're just coming up on our 1-year anniversary. But the County Board of Supervisors saw the need to bring systems together to ensure that people, as they're entering and exiting the criminal justice system, had a place to eliminate the silos that currently exist and to make sure that individuals have an opportunity to get the services and connections to treatment that they need. So the department was formed from the previously existing Alternatives to Incarceration Office, the jail closure.
Know that community use and have impact.
peace plan. Recommendations for the city of LA on what needs to happen in this next step of the violence reduction strategy. Now, the reason we have a deputy mayor of public safety and a deputy mayor of community safety is because those were part of the recommendations in the peace plan that we advocated for. The reason why community violence intervention workers are making $60,000 a year now as a base salary as opposed to $32,000 a year is because that's what we advocated for. So building out the credibility of the community-based strategy and bringing intervention workers in who can create safety in a different way than law enforcement can is really essential to looking at safety in a more comprehensive way and not just through the enforcement of laws. And so for us, that's one major piece of our work. We do a lot of work around youth justice in the LA County, a lot of advocacy work. But what we found over the years is that you can advocate. All right, here you have $75 million for a Department of Youth Development. Then it kind of drips down to 20. It drops less, but then you have to implement it. So how do you implement it? So not only do we have to organize and build power with community and raise up community voices, we also have to advocate, work with system leaders. Then we have to help build it and train folks and help envision what the system can be. So it's an exciting time because as we're transforming systems, we're also building new systems that never existed before with a vision that aligns with, I think, county and city values, but is also transitioning to a point where it's a different perspective on how we engage, how we work, and how we value the people who live in the county and city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Before I go to our last panelist, please, your index cards, if you have questions for any of them, please shoot them up to us, and we'll be sure to get to as many as we can before we wrap today. Lisa, welcome.
Thank you. So pleased to be with you all here today and to be with all of you. My name is Lisa Small. I serve as the Director of Youth and Transformative Justice at the Liberty Hill Foundation. Liberty Hill is a public foundation. We serve in many different capacities. We are a grant maker, we are a fundraiser, we are a capacity builder, we are a power broker. We wear many different hats in the community, but all for the purpose of building power and building pipelines for people who are most impacted by violence, who are most impacted by the problems and pains in their communities, and make sure that they are the ones who are resourced to be part of creating the solutions to those problems. For the last 5 years, I've led our initiative to end youth incarceration as we know it in Los Angeles County, recognizing that, to Fernando's point, there's an entire network of support for young people that can exist through community-led solutions, that there's so much richness in communities to provide wraparounds through family support, through mentorship for young people to avoid system contact. And what we recognized is that through the research that 80% of young people within Los Angeles County are legally eligible for diversion. And yet it wasn't happening. And part of the reasoning for that is folks cited that there weren't alternative options, that it felt like the only place that young people could be kept safe or the only ways that they could be serviced was through law enforcement approaches. And what we recognize is that when we looked into the community, alternatives were being incredibly under-resourced to provide that other option. And so, you know, part of what our strategy has been is if we want to see positive youth development flourish, we have to resource that. We have to resource community providers who've been doing work for 30 years, you know, getting tremendous results with young people. And when I say young people, we define that very broadly. We really see young people as being through the age of 26. I think a lot of you probably have kids who are in their 30s who could maybe still be talked about as young people. And so what we recognize is through brain development, you know, what young people are grappling with, what young adults are grappling with are still the experiences of really truly being young people, and they need to be serviced as such. And so what Liberty Hill did is we recognized that part of the issue is that philanthropy can't do this on our own. You know, we are like the flea on the back of the elephant that is public systems in terms of resourcing alternatives or resourcing solutions. And so we realized that really in order to transform ecosystem approaches, we have to do that with county dollars. We have to do that with our public resources. And yet there are challenges to getting public resources to community providers. I think anyone in this room who's ever filled out an RFP or an MOU for a state, county, or federal grant, you probably have the white hairs to account for that. It's an in-depth process. And, even the county was recognizing we have a surplus of $80 to $100 million that are earmarked for youth prevention services that are not getting to the community. And so what we said is, well, we have strategies for that within philanthropy. We have trust-based approaches where we can get money out quickly, efficiently, and equitably to community providers to do this work of building an ecosystem of development that can provide the diversion, prevention, and intervention services for young people, including 18 to 25. And so we partnered with the LA County Probation Department to take resources that had previously been going to probation approaches and said, give us the opportunity to do something different. Instead, we funded 49 organizations doing every type of intervention across the spectrum: mentorship, education, vocational engagement, wellness, case management, civic engagement, arts, everything that you can think of as what you are hopefully giving to your kids at home. That's what we define as youth development. It's what we know kids need to thrive. And so through that program, we were able to fund 25,000 young people getting these services for the same budget that would have incarcerated 22 young people for a year. And so the math really adds up, which is to show that, not only are they getting this full spectrum of services, but they're actually meeting their own goals. And part of what we recognize is that, the measure for success for young people is not just not being incarcerated or not being the victims of crime or not being, in police custody. The measure of success for young adults and for young people is actually that they're thriving, right? That they're employed, that they are getting they're reaching their own goals. And that's what was really the outcome of our program, that young people were thriving, they were connected to youth in their community, adult mentors, they were meeting their own self-defined goals, and they were actually showing successful outcomes in their own life beyond just not being system impacted.
Wow. Give all of our panelists a hand, please. All right, let's get into some questions. First question I'd like to pose based on kind of what Lisa kind of talked about is, how do you see the role of mentorship and counseling in helping individuals and their families overcome challenges and reintegrate into society? Lisa, we can start with you.
Sure. In many regards, in our research after implementing Ready to Rise really supported this. I personally think having a trusted adult mentor in the life of a young person and a young adult is probably the most important intervention we can think of. That level of stability and support is immense. It's a rooting system that sets young people up for the foundation for everything else that they're aiming to achieve. And so, when I say Ready to Rise was successful because it helped young people meet their self-defined goals, I'm not talking about being like a rocket scientist. Their self-defined goals were stability. It was housing. It was, being able to make good choices and feel like they had someone backing them up for that. Those were their goals. And so when you see the relational aspect of trusted mentors and trusted and safe relationships, that provides the foundation for everything else we know prevents young people and diverts young people for system contact.
Fantastic. Anybody else want to jump in on that one?
I guess for me, I look at it through just a systems lens of how do you create systems around that. So working with the individual, you also have to work with their families. Numerous individuals that you work with, but they still have to go back to their families. If the family does not support their change and the family does not transition as well, it's a very difficult, it's very, very challenging. We can't mentor individuals, mentor your way out of systemic issues. Individuals can work through it, et cetera, resiliency. And I believe in community resiliency, but you have to invest. It's a shift in values of investing in individuals and families. Communities are made up of families, systems of families, networks of families. If you can engage the individuals and engage their families, you can help transform a community because you're investing consistently in understanding in a culturally appropriate way on the realities of living and growing up in that community. But then you need partners, systemic partners, whether it's the sheriffs, whether it's LAPD, whether it's HACLA, the Housing Authority, whether it's system leaders, nonprofit leaders, who are aligned in understanding of how we're going to begin engaging individuals and families to transition communities to a different level of safety and health. So that level of investment and that shift in values, it's going to take time, but the shift in resources and building up a community-based infrastructure to engage and contribute to the transformation of individuals, families, and communities is going to lead to greater outcomes in the long run.
So I think peer mentorship and counseling are vital to the success of individuals, especially who have this contact with the criminal justice system. One of the ways that the Justice Care and Opportunities has done that is through our Reentry Intensive Case Management Services program, and that relies on community health workers who work for over 24 community-based organizations that are spread throughout Los Angeles County. And these community health workers really step into that role of providing the mentorship to individuals who are impacted by the system. They provide that counseling to them because they've oftentimes been through a similar situation or scenario. They provide connections to housing, mental health, substance use disorder treatment, education opportunities, vital records, anything, arts, entrepreneurship opportunities, really to help individuals thrive and continue to be members of their community, right? And then share that information with others. So it's crucial, I think, that role of having a peer to help you navigate.
Hey, let's have some audience participation. Raise your hand if there is one or more person in your life that was a mentor to you, who helped you, whether it was professionally, academically, through sports. It could be a family member. It could be an older brother or sister. Could be an employer. I see a lot of hands go up. Now, visualize your life without that person. And think of what would be missing from your life. I do that in my life. And sometimes it's a series of good luck. You meet a person at a point in your life when you really need someone to give you some guidance. Mentoring is extremely powerful, and I'm actually surprised to get mentoring as a question when we're talking about community policing, but I'm glad that it's in there, because in the ecosystem of criminal justice, our schools play a role.
Absolutely.
Mentoring plays a role. There are a lot of things that play a role in the long-term success and safety of a community. My office partnered with the Long Beach firefighters to create a mentoring program that we call the Rocket Academy. It's seventh graders who are matched with firefighters at stations, and they actually spend some time at the stations. Almost always, the moment they arrive, the firefighters say, "Take out your books, we're going to do homework for the next hour before you get to do anything else." And hearing it from a firefighter, even if you do have a supportive environment in the household, I'll tell you, my kids don't listen to me. But they will listen to other adults, and it's nature. In fact, I think it was James Baldwin who said that, children never fail to imitate their elders. They may not listen to them, but they never fail to imitate their elders. So if a child doesn't have a positive role model in their life, they're going to imitate someone who is not a positive role model in their life. And so I do think surrounding people with positive role models is incredibly important. So I'm thankful for that question.
Absolutely. All right. What challenges and opportunities exist for community-based agencies and service providers to conduct outreach and recruitment for reentry programs at the time when incarcerated people are processed to be released from custody? We start with you,
wanna
Doug.
go first?
Yeah.
Well, none of us actually process people as they're being released. But the sequential intercept model was mentioned a minute ago. And just explaining that model, if you're not familiar with it, think of a person who is in need of services. Say they need mental health services. And if you look at the sequence of things that may happen from the very first contact with law enforcement on the streets to the process of booking that person if they get arrested, to the process of taking that case to court, to the process of incarcerating that person, to the process of releasing that person, you have an opportunity, at least 5 different opportunities to connect that person to services. So I think the question is how to connect people rapidly at one of those intercepts, which is the release. Let's talk about the release from the initial detention or the release from the end of a sentence. Our law enforcement partners play a huge role in that. And they have a lot of things, they're multitasking. I know in Long Beach, we would love to have a partnership with the county or with a nonprofit that would work with us to help. In fact, at one time, we did talk to the county about having a clinician, a mental health clinician in the booking area. So immediately upon booking, that person is doing an evaluation, a screening, and then looking for a place to put that person that is not a custodial situation. That was a few years ago, and things have changed in the world of custodial relations here. There's very, very few people that are being booked, and even fewer that are being held long enough to find a place for that person. But that is, in a way, I think one of the biggest changes is that it's a moving target. Whatever the policy is today will probably be different a year from now. So if we start building out a program, by the time it's ready to go, the system will shift again. So I think it's probably one of the biggest changes is the ever-shifting ground underneath the feet of these diversion concepts.
Thank you. Anybody else want to?
I think one of the biggest challenges we see is making sure that there's a lot of collaboration and coordination among all of the partners, right? Making sure that law enforcement, as Doug mentioned, right, is able to connect with either the community-based organizations, the county and city, in that each law enforcement area, so that a connection can be made to maybe a community-based organization who could support an individual upon their release from custody. And that takes a lot of effort, right? This is a big county, that a number of people, right? And just the geographic range of it. And just setting up those systems is crucial, but it can also be a challenge.
Well, similar, if you think about the hospital-based intervention, someone gets shot, someone gets stabbed, they're in the hospital, vulnerable situation, thinking about life, thinking about their kids, thinking about their future. You have an intervention worker there who engages them, and then once they're released, hopefully connects them, puts them in a program. The best reentry work is done a year or 2 years before they even get out.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, it's preparing them. So having people in there and working with the individual for a year or two, preparing them for life on the outside, then once they leave, connecting them directly to an organization that's going to help them get housing, ID, et cetera. That type of investment will really impact, I think, the level of recidivism, but it'll also help keep violence down, but you also have to connect people and build out a workforce. You have to connect them to job training and have access to a workforce. And with intervention, in the city of LA, there's about 120 intervention workers. In the county, about, how many would you say, Andrea? Arti, help us out here. Okay, so say up to 100, right? So that specifically, I mean, that's important because those are opportunities for people who have records, who can't get traditional jobs, don't have the traditional formal education many times, can have access to a living wage, right? Can have access to benefits, et cetera. So, but building out more of a community-based workforce that can help with homeless outreach, that can help with hospital-based intervention, that can help with mental health response, and creating an infrastructure of paraprofessionals that can be trained to contribute to safety and health in our communities. And we did this during the pandemic when community health workers needed to get out there. In the city of LA, intervention workers were the only individuals classified as both essential workers and emergency personnel during the pandemic. Only city in the country. That was critical in understanding the importance of the work that they were doing in an emergency health situation, and then, with violence, as violence was rising. So investing in building out these infrastructures so that we don't get caught flat-footed, proactively, we will have networks of people that can engage and in this case, it was the communities most impacted by violence, but also most impacted by COVID at the same time. Getting ahead of it and building out the systems, connecting people to employment is really going to be a base for all the work that I think we're trying to do.
Yeah, I'd love to build onto the building of the infrastructure piece, because in that same fashion, the best reentry programs start 2 years ahead. You know, the best investment in the organizations who are providing those programs is 2 years before you need them to provide that crisis response or referral service. So part of Ready to Rise was not only about just resourcing programs for the beneficiaries of the young people, but it was also capacity building to strengthen the organizational resiliency and functioning of, you know, a whole ecosystem of providers, saying that, you know, we're not just going to give you enough dollars to serve this many young people in this program model, but we also are going to give you the resources for leadership development within your organization to strengthen your HR and technical processes, all of the things that go into strengthening, you know, our county agencies. We also need to strengthen all of those different nuts and bolts within our community-based providers as well. And so, you know, it's really, again, about not relying only on philanthropy to be able to see those kind of in-between pieces of what strengthens community service providers, but really looking at our county departments, our mental health departments, our juvenile justice departments, you know, and thinking about how they can be part of investing and scaling the system that can really be a provider and an alternative to meeting these most crisis cases.
Well, we have a ton of questions here, and I'm going to try to get to as many of them as I can, and we'll condense as many as we can into the same questions. But here's one that I found very interesting. How can obstacles to diversion programs, such as fees, be eliminated to help poor and indigent people participate at higher rates?
Well, in Long Beach, all the fees are waived for people that are indigent. We have a scale. If you can pay for diversion, you pay for diversion. If you can't pay for diversion, it's waived. And I think probably most programs are that way. At least in Long Beach, they are. I don't know about other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I can speak for the county that the individuals who participate in our diversion programs do not pay anything. You know, it's important because that sometimes is we don't want financial barrier to prevent someone from being able to have an opportunity to participate.
Excellent. All right, here's a question for Doug and Fernando. Can you expand on how community safety advocates can help combat gang violence?
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, Fernando, I'll go first. I could not have done what I have done in Long Beach without huge help from the community. And I'll call out some of them. Some of them, you may know them. Central Cha in Long Beach is one of the community-based organizations that did a lot of great work. The Ministers Alliance in Long Beach did a lot of great work. When I came into office as city prosecutor in Long Beach, we had a one-dimensional gang approach, and that was prosecution. And I'll tell you, it hadn't been working that well, that one-dimensional approach. And when I got elected, I met with, in fact, the reason I ran for office was a very high-profile gang murder that happened right outside of a high school homecoming football game. It was, the game had ended and everyone had filed out of the stadium, and a young 16-year-old man was walking with a friend, a young man was walking with a friend of his, and he passed two people that he perceived as gang rivals. And words were exchanged. He turned around, he shot at them. And we know he fired at least 3 times because he hit each one of them. And a third bullet hit a young 16-year-old girl who was sitting on the curb waiting to be picked up. It was the first time her parents had allowed her to go to a football game because it was homecoming. And it was right before Halloween, so the students dressed up. And her name was Melody Ross. And the night she died, she was wearing a Supergirl costume. Now that happened a few weeks before Tom Reeves, who was my predecessor, announced he wasn't going to run for re-election as city prosecutor. I ran with almost the singular focus on the gang problem in Long Beach. And the gang problem in Long Beach is multi-generational now. It didn't just start then. In fact, there were a lot of things that had been done. But one thing our office had never done, which I discovered after meeting with people, was no one had ever offered to help gang-involved people get out of the gangs. No one had ever reached out to the schools to say, what could we do to help with gang intervention? And so our office did work with the school district on preventing truancy, which, by the way, is the #1 predictor of student dropout. The number one predictor is just attendance. Just getting kids to school every single day is one of the most powerful things our communities can do to make sure that they're going to be fine, is just get them through school. But also we help people ready to leave the gang life get jobs. We raised money to provide free tattoo removal. We basically tried to remove whatever barriers that they had. And a lot of them had left the gang life, but they were still on an injunction that had been filed, 10 years earlier. So we had an opt-out. For the first time, we had an opt-out program to remove people from the gang court orders in Long Beach. We did all this in a short period of time, and the community partners, I could not believe the help that I got from the community, but it was because of our approach. We created a three-part approach instead of just a one-part or one-dimensional approach. And I think it was very successful. In fact, our gang-related violence dropped dramatically after that. So it wasn't the prosecution, I'll tell you that, because we have been doing that for years. What it was the multi-angle strategy, the three-part strategy: intervention, prevent kids from getting involved in gangs in the first place, and then rehabilitation, helping people leave the gang life with jobs, tattoo removal. We helped with expungements. We helped with a lot of things. That was our offer. When you're ready to leave the gang life, we're ready to help you. But in Long Beach, it worked, but our community partners, we couldn't have done it. Government, in fact, somebody made the comment earlier, the government's not going to solve a lot of these problems. It has to be part of the solution, but our nonprofit, community-based organizations are absolutely instrumental to us having any success. So in Long Beach, it worked, and we need our community partners.
Excellent, thank you. Fernando?
Can you just repeat that question? I want to make sure I understand it right.
Absolutely. I've shuffled that a little bit here.
Sorry.
Yeah, very good. Well, that's what happens when you.
How community advocates can help address
Yes,
gang violence?
how can public safety advocates, how can safety advocates in the community help combat gang violence?
Gang violence.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, just I guess when we talk about gang violence, and LA is one of the few areas in the country that still uses the word gang. So when we go to other cities, they say, "Oh, you gangs? We don't have gangs here. We have groups, cliques, crews, mobs." So it's in LA. It's Chicago. What's going on out there? But when you're dealing with gang violence, it's for us, it's having people who have what we call a license to operate. They have that credibility in communities and have a rapport that understand where folks are coming from and what they're dealing with, the invisible boundaries. People don't say, "Well, I'm not going to shoot them on the county side. I'm going to shoot them on the city side." Or independent city side. It's violence just knows no boundaries. So for public safety advocates or people that want to invest in building community safety is, I think, supporting the community-based organizations that do this work and supporting any type of motion, any type of state legislation that supports the building of the community safety infrastructure that we're talking about. But also in a larger sense is redefining public safety and understanding that public safety is not one-dimensional. It's multidimensional, and it takes partnership, true partnership, to create safety. When you ask somebody who lives in a community where there's a lot of violence, is what makes you feel safe? It's going to be a different response than someone that lives in Beverly Hills. The type of safety we need in our communities is different than in most affluent communities. And when we talk about equity, the investment in safety in a more affluent community is going to be different. There's going to be a different need than the level of investment in our communities. You need victim services, you need wraparound, you need mentoring, you need intervention workers, you need relationship-based policing strategies that engage communities and build public trust. That's how we're looking at scaling. So for public safety advocates, is really supporting any type of legislation, motion at the county level, things that we're doing at the city to support the building of more of the community-based infrastructure and helping us redefine what public safety is in the LA region.
Excellent. Let me help us with a couple of definitions. Repeat after me. Gangs, groups. All gangs are groups. Not all groups are gangs. We deal with groups and tribes. Oh, let's try that again. We deal with groups and tribes. Let's erase gang from our vocabulary. All right. How has philanthropic funding been utilized in this area, and how can those streams be better utilized? Lisa, why don't we start with you?
So when we started our work at Liberty Hill, we kind of leaned into a model of collaborative funding, a lot of pooled funding, which really was about getting funding organizations and philanthropies and donors to see an ecosystem approach. So if you're funding education, if you're funding health and wellness, if you're funding workforce approaches, a lot of the times people think of themselves as only doing that work. They're in the silo. You know, you hear the adage, if you know one funder, you know one funder, because everyone knows their own strategy. They don't know what everyone else is doing. And so a lot of the times the investments are not holistic and they're not connected and they're not thinking about the life cycle of a person who's dealing with the type of realities of victimization in their neighborhoods or responding to, you know, issues of poverty, you know, that we're intervening in very siloed and not deep ways. And so what we at Liberty Hill have said is if you're funding education, you're funding justice work. If you're funding health and wellness, if you're funding community investments, you're funding reentry, you're funding diversion. That is what that looks like. And so if we want to think about how do we create wellness and not just, you know, people who are not involved in crime, but actually people who are thriving, people who are able to measure the success of their lives by what they're doing, not what they're not doing, you have to fund a full ecosystem approach of wellness. And so, and we need to be doing it much, much higher levels. And so what we've said to foundations is, this is not just about, you know, Liberty Hill solving, you know, problems on our own, but it's about collaboration to think about how can we pool resources in a way that can be innovative, that can be a spark. Again, you know, what philanthropy can do entirely is seed innovation, seed new ideas, seed pilots of new ways of being, but those ideas will go nowhere if they're only funded by philanthropy. They have to be adopted and sustained by public systems that have the ability to serve everyone and at scale and for a long time. And, you know, when we think about the problems that we're trying to address in terms of gender-based violence, in terms of community crime, in terms of all of the issues that you've heard here today, you know, we can't solve that overnight. It's going to need to be a sustained investment over time at the level of county systems. And so philanthropy can be the beginning of getting alignment and collaboration to begin that process.
Absolutely.
I just want to kind of build on what Lisa said there. So in the county, philanthropic dollars have really been a spark. So I mentioned earlier the rapid diversion program that started through funding that the county received from the MacArthur Foundation through the Safety and Justice Challenge. And that really began the pilot to begin in a few court locations. And while it's continues to have some support and funding and technical assistance, right, support through the MacArthur Foundation and through that Safety and Justice Challenge, the county has now dedicated dollars specifically to this program, right? We've expanded to 7 courtrooms. And it would have not been without that initial funding through philanthropic dollars that this program would have started, right? And we constantly are getting requests from other courthouses and judicial officers, prosecutorial and defense counsel to bring the program to other locations. So it's an important part to kind of help build changing systems within the county.
Absolutely.
And I agree with what both of them are saying. One of the things that we've seen is philanthropy, just understanding how the best way to get dollars out. And I think, for example, with Liberty Hill, California Community Foundation being an intermediary and administrating public dollars to get them out to community-based organizations, but in an equitable way. So the American Rescue Plan dollars that OVP has partnered with California Community Foundation and starting to invest in tiered level, right? Where there's some organizations that are plug and play, they'll go after the dollars and they'll likely get them because they have high capacity. But then you have mid-level and lower level capacity organizations that do very good work on the ground that can get to, you know, the most needed, high risk individual in a community, but they don't have the capacity or resources to do it. So foundations coming in and acting as an intermediary to get dollars and provide the capacity building services that are needed Because a lot of times when you have large systems, the procurement process is very, very difficult for many organizations to engage with. And a lot of times what they say is the people that advocate for the dollars most of the time do not get them. We're changing that. And we're saying, no, the people who advocate for them need to get them as well. And we need to create pathways for them to do it. And that's why part of the system that we advocated for was these tiered systems, bringing in intermediaries, partnering with larger or public institutions, and then private institutions to get these dollars out to help transform that vision of safety and health that we've been talking about.
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I'm not in the philanthropy world, but I would just want everyone to think not only of the big county of LA and city of LA projects, but think of some of the smaller cities like Portland or Long Beach. We're a big city in the country. No, we're a big city in the country, but in LA County, we're not considered. We're an afterthought. And I'll give you an example. I wanted to start an adult restorative justice conferencing diversion program. And I have not the top, the second, third tier, the great community-based organizations that would love to partner with me. And they say, we just don't have the funding, can you help us find funding? And I'm in my 4th term as city prosecutor, and I can't seem to find funding for them. And I know the names of organizations. So I will tell you, there is a disconnect. In fact, my friend from the city of, it's Bell, that's a smaller city. It's overlooked for funding. I think LA County has 88 cities. There is huge potential in that secondary market. Let's just say there is huge potential for plug and play programs. There are 10 cities that have their own city prosecutors. There are a lot of communities that are ready to go if they have the funding. So if you are a philanthropist or a funder, do think, I love the thinking big thing, but sometimes thinking small might result in great practices as well. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. I can't find funding for our organizations, even though we're a relatively large city in Long Beach.
All right, I've been given the signal that we are over, but I do want to stay right here for just a bit because this is really hitting differently. For the nonprofit and grassroots level, what suggestions would you have for funding to be used to build their capacity and strengthen their ability to be effective in this space?
Repeat that question one more time.
Absolutely. For the nonprofit and grassroots level, what suggestions would you have for funding to be used to build their capacity and strengthen their ability to be effective in this space?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is such an essential piece of the equation that we don't talk about. The capacity building is considered the cherry on top. And everyone wants to fund the sexiest intervention, right? They want to fund the youth program or the program that's going to go directly to someone that's going to lead to an amazing story that's going to show that the program was successful, right? No one wants to be part of helping HR to function more properly. It's not a great story for your website. But in fact, actually, what strengthens an entire ecosystem of providers in a community is funding all of those nuts and bolts, the capacity building that strengthens their internal systems. Through Ready to Rise, we provided over 6,000 hours of capacity building services, training, leadership development, coaching, working alongside organizations so that they had a partner to do exactly what Fernando is talking about, which is that when you go to apply for the immense amount of public dollars that are coming to LA County and LA City through American Public Rescue, through the Measure J funding, through the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, through Youth Opportunity Block Grants. I mean, there are millions and millions and millions of dollars that are on the table, and organizations are still saying we can't access them. And it's because they can't provide services without upfront funding, which is what everybody needs to function, any business. That's part of what the intermediaries are able to do. They can't apply for insurance policies for $2 million if they're a $250,000 agency. It's like these are the prevention measures that are stopping organizations that otherwise have very successful interventions for young adults and adults to be able to do what they do best. And so it's really about helping organizations to have a partner in that, to be able to say, we will get you those dollars equitably. We're going to train you how to do this, and develop leadership pipelines so that when your ED or when your leaders in your organization who are doing this great work leave, that then it doesn't hamstring the ability for the organization to continue, but that there's upcoming leaders and other folks within the organization to keep the work going. I can't instill that enough, that we have to be supporting an entire ecosystem of folks with every different type of support.
I want to thank you for raising that, because some of the community-based organizations who do the best work and most effective work in our communities too often are under-recognized. And so often they feel like they're left out of this ecosystem. And I think if we can find ways to make sure that we include them, not just hang the shingles on our doors and say we're available, but do outreach to these community-based organizations to pull them into the conversation, they won't feel like they are at the table on the menu. They'll feel like they're seated at the table and part of an important discussion. Thank you, panelists. Fantastic job. I appreciate it. Give our panelists another. Okay, we are way over, so I'm going to make a couple of housekeeping announcements. Lunch boxes are available on the patio outside this conference room. After you grab your lunch, you're free to sit at the tables in here. You're free to sit outside. The keynote speaker will be on immediately after lunch. For those who are part of our next groups and panels, if you're meeting with Pierre's group and you know who you are, all your facilitators, 15 minutes into lunch, let's meet in the green room. All right, let's stand. Let's stand, please. Oh, this is a group activity. Let's stand and say to the person next to you, let's go eat.
criticizing and calling Dr. King out as a troublemaker. A troublemaker. Why was he a troublemaker? Because he was advocating for Black folk, poor people, and marginalized communities. He was demanding that they be treated with dignity, respect, and justice. In essence, they needed to be protected. That's what Dr. King was trying to do. Because Black communities then and now, and Brown communities then and now, are under-resourced, over-policed, over-surveilled, and oftentimes terrorized. Dr. King wanted community members, regular people, to know that they had a moral responsibility to resist unjust laws, to protest, to boycott, and refuse to be victims of oppressive policing and policies that do not serve the most vulnerable people in our communities. I believe this letter from a Birmingham jail, authored by one of the most recognized and celebrated leaders in the world, was a political statement. It was visionary, and whoever read it understood the importance of community accountability. Thank you so much for having me again to be the speaker for the third annual conference, Building Community to Advance Public Safety. My name is Romarilyn Ralston, and I am, again, the Executive Director for Project Rebound at Cal State University Fullerton. What Gwendolyn didn't say about me is that I'm also a Black feminist, abolitionist, and I've served many community organizations like CURB, Californians United for a Responsible Budget. I'm also on the board of some organizations like Young Women's Freedom Center. And, you know, I'll get out and protest whenever there's injustice anywhere. This morning, we heard some really cool panelists talk about, I thought, some amazing topics. We opened with talking about community trust. Trust. How do we, as community members, build trust with agencies and organizations that sometimes don't trust us? I heard some really good stuff, and I'm very, very impressed to say that it's all about relationships. So many things that were said this morning just really resonated with me. In order to build trust, you've got to get to know the people. You have to be present in their lives. There must be buy-in. There must be accountability. We must be present. Proximity. We've heard Brian Stevenson talk about proximity in his book, Just Mercy. So we just don't show up to community events. We need to be involved. We need to get to know one another. I need to know how you feel today and recognize when you're not feeling well today. I think this is what community building should look like. Community accountability. How do I care for my neighbor? How do I care for my friend? How do I even care for the people that I don't like in my community? I think that's really important. I'm pretty sure when I announced that I'm an abolitionist, some people may have, thought, oh, an abolitionist. So let me just say what I think an abolitionist is. I know the word is triggering for some, but to those who really believe in abolition and know a little bit about abolition, they know that we are all about dismantling systems of oppression, yes, but more importantly, we're about building the systems that we need to protect our communities, to make sure that they're safe from harm, all harms, even each other. Abolitionists work toward building models that represent how we want to live in our communities. Abolition means developing practical strategies for taking small steps to move us toward making our dreams real, and that lead us all to believe that things really could be different. I think those of us in this room today really believe that things could be different and that we're working to make things different in our communities. It means living this vision in our daily lives for the greater good. There should be no us and no them. There should be no left and no right. It should just be us. It should be we, the people. And that's what abolition is to me. And that's how I choose to represent abolition. So, I know this morning's topics were really exciting because they went long. They set us back a little bit, but they were important to have those conversations and to have those people here to speak on them. But do they really change hearts and minds? Does building trust do that? Does having diversion programs really change people's hearts and minds? Because that's what really changes behavior. What also changes behavior is meeting the needs of the people, basic needs, resources. So, should public safety be part of our community building? Or should it be public? Or should it be community accountability? And I think the two are not the same. I think public safety oftentimes tends towards having agencies and organizations have an apparatus of control, where community accountability gets the community members involved. Many of the panelists talked about this today. You know, how do we center that accountability, that community building, that safety with the people in those neighborhoods? I think that's what we need to do when we think about reimagining community safety and reimagining safer and healthier communities. No one's talking about defunding anyone, but we do need to use resources appropriately and fund the people and the communities where we can better serve them so that they have better access to the resources needed. I'm going to share a little story about myself. When I was 17 years old, I married my high school boyfriend who had joined the Army. And I thought, oh, wow, this guy is my ticket out of poverty, out of St. Louis, out of an abusive household, out of trauma. Like most people, I wanted the American dream. I wanted safety and security. I wanted someone to love me, and I wanted to love someone. Instead, I was physically and emotionally abused. I called the police several times over a course of years, and every time they showed up, the results were the same. After speaking with myself and my husband, they left us to figure it out. There was no report, no resources, no follow-up. Thank God things have changed. And thank you all who have helped to make that change. Now folks who are suffering and involved in domestic violence situations can get some help. I wasn't one of those people. I eventually left that situation and came to California. I was 22 years old and unaware of the unprocessed trauma. We talked about being trauma-informed today, and that's great when we're doing the work and when we're engaging with people. But those of us who have suffered, who have been abused, who don't even realize we have that unprocessed trauma, that shame, that nihilism, that embarrassment, all of that stuff that lies dormant within our bodies. Where does it go? Unprocessed. Oftentimes it erupts in our communities and it looks like violence. Oftentimes we join groups and tribes to feel love and to process. All I needed was to feel safe and nurtured. Unfortunately, I was a ticking time bomb, and one day it would explode, and I would take the life of my friend. Like individuals, communities need nurturing. Like individuals, communities are shaped and reshaped by actions we take and conversations we have, and the ways in which we hold each other accountable. My speech today is about accountability. It is not to demonize anyone. True community accountability is not dismissive or punitive, it is transformative. It seeks to address harms, heal wounds, and build bridges. It recognizes that justice is not about punishment, but about restoring balance and harmony. Let me say that again. True community accountability is not dismissive or punitive, it's transformative. It recognizes that justice is not about punishment. It is about restoring balance and harmony. And in order to do that, sometimes it takes resources, lots and lots of resources. Community building is community accountability. Community members must take ownership of their neighborhoods in ways that are supportive, healing, diverse, inclusive, and respectful. Regrettably, some of the systems that we have today that are in place do not offer this model, especially to communities of color. I believe public safety can be for us, but also it needs to be by us. When I was convicted and sentenced to life in prison at 24 years old, I didn't know how I would survive. I had no previous interactions or history with the criminal legal system. All the stories I had heard about prison were either over-exaggerated or one-sided. Stories that either glamorized prison or condemned it. But when I hit the yard at CIW in 1989, it was different than what I thought. It was overcrowded. They had women stuffed into cells, boiler rooms, foyers, day rooms. Even the auditorium had been conformed into a makeshift housing unit. It was a horrible, deplorable situation. But as I observed what was happening in that prison and watched the busloads of young women coming in every week, I started to think, why are we here? What is happening in our communities that's bringing busloads of young women to prison? How did I end up in prison? Although I got married at 17, I still graduated from high school. After high school, I even joined the military. Yeah, I'm a veteran. I was a jet engine mechanic in the Navy. But I still ended up in prison. I still ended up in prison because I wasn't getting the resources that I needed to address that unprocessed trauma that I talked about. I forget the woman who was up here speaking, talking about ACEs. That's, here we are, right here. Yeah, Andrea, thank you. It's all of those things. That's how we can change people, change behavior. We need to understand where they come from, where they've been. but more importantly, ask them where they want to go. I wanted to be an astronaut when I was a kid. That was my dream. No one asked me what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be. And I think we do each other a disservice when we don't do that because we come from certain communities. And so this is a way for us to change the way that we think about community accountability and the way that we think about folks who come from marginalized communities. Because like Dr. King, we all have a dream. I still do have dreams. And I hope you do too. So as I'm on this yard at CIW, I'm looking around at all these young women, and I'm now having conversations with my friends, and I'm saying, what are we going to do about this? And what we did was we started to build community in a prison. And what that looked like for us was having these conversations, these rich, engaging conversations with folks who were sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, life sentences, and every sentence in between. And asking people, how did you get here? And how can we help you get out and stay out? And we started to organize, and we created organizations and groups and workshops and healing circles. And it was hard work. But what we started to do was not see women come back over and over and over again. We addressed each other as sister and acknowledged the human spirit that we all possess. We didn't discriminate or care about crime or time. Everybody on that yard was a sister. And that's how we have to treat one another in our communities. Everyone is valuable. It just can't be lip service. We have to walk what we talk. Some people say that there is no honor among thieves, and perhaps this is true. But however, there is community among anyone. We just have to build it and seize those opportunities. Like what was said this morning, we have to seize the time. We have to take control of it right now. We can't wait. It's about prevention, it's about intervention, it's about rehabilitation. But the time is now. We have to make the tough, hard decisions to build community. One of my sheroes, Miriam Kaba, a leading practitioner of transformative justice practices, she talks about this work. And you can find it on her website, Transform Harm. And basically, there's kind of 10 things that we can do, and I'll read through them very quickly because I am reading the time signs here. I've got a 2-minute warning. So I'm going to be respectful of everybody's time. Community accountability is 1. Restorative circles is 2. Healing circles, 3. 4, transformative mediation. 5, community-based interventions. 6, conflict resolution training. 7, crisis intervention teams. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here because all of you do this stuff in your work. 8, support for economic and social equity. 9, education and awareness programs. 10, community restitution programs. All of these things we do, but we need to do them more. We've talked about scaling up. That's what we need to do. We need to scale up. Transformative justice practices can be applied anywhere. I use them in my work at Project Rebound at Cal State Fullerton, where we support the higher education and successful reintegration of the formerly incarcerated. We've been there for 7 years. However, Project Rebound has been around for 55 years. It was created by a formerly incarcerated man named John Irwin, who served 5 years in prison for robbery. Got out, got his undergrad degree at UCLA in the house, went on to UC Berkeley, go Bears, and got his PhD and started teaching at San Francisco State. So I love that this man knew that if he could do it, we could do it. And so this is what we have to do in our communities, create those opportunities for folks. Mentoring is great, but creating opportunities for people to be their best selves, realize their dreams, to overcome, some of the worst days that have happened in their life and be healed from them is what this is really all about. I'm so proud to say that our students at Project Rebound have a 0% recidivism rate. A 0% recidivism rate. And it wasn't rocket science. I don't have to stop yet. Okay. So, what did we do? I have to stop. Easy. Provide basic needs. People need basic needs, just like I needed love and housing and food and shelter. When we provide basic needs for people, they start to reimagine their lives. And when you start to reimagine your life, then you can look at your neighbor, look at other people, and see their humanity and see the worth that they have. And I got to say, some of these students, they surprise me every day. I mean, they've been through some of the most horrible things known to man, and they have done some of the most horrible things to man. But when given the opportunity to do better, they do better. And when supported with basic needs, I'm telling you, it's just mind-blowing what can happen. So to wrap this thing up, I'll just say, together we can advance public safety. But let's look at the language of public safety so that it's more inclusive. I love the word community accountability. We talked about language when talking about gangs. Let's talk about language so that it's more people-centered. And I think people will respond better to that. So let's do this by moving the abundance of resources that LA County has and other counties in California. Let's not build bigger jails and prisons and models that continue to imprison our people. Let's use some of those resources and really put it to work. Because building jails is not going to protect communities. It's not going to make our communities safer. It's not going to improve the lives of folks when they come home. So let's reinvest some of those dollars in the community. Let's focus there. And we can do this. I know we can. There's community beautification. I live in Long Beach, downtown. I love it because I can see the ocean. I can see the ocean. Just looking at the water makes me feel better. Makes me feel better about myself. Makes me feel better when I'm walking home and I see people. It's small things like that. And when you're looking at people laying on the street, not having enough to eat, that doesn't make you feel good. And so let me just get back on track and say, thank you again for having me. Community respect is what community looks like. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks again to our keynote speaker, Marilyn Ralston. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with session 3. go ahead and take your seat. We're going to get started with session 3. And also there is another question up on the screens. If you can please participate by scanning the barcode on the phone and answering the question, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dara Williams. I'm the Chief Deputy at the Office of Inspector General. I think I must be one of the older facilitators because I do need reading glasses. So to get started, I want to give you a little bit about my background. I was a Deputy District Attorney for 25 years prior to joining the Office of Inspector General. And in that time, I was the deputy in charge of the Inglewood Juvenile Office for 5 years and participated in many diversion programs and in looking at the prosecution, essentially, of juveniles from a different lens than the prosecution of adults. Part of that was that we went through cases and sorted them. And what that was at the time, and we've moved on from this, which is part of the reason I'm telling you this, is we essentially took the cases and said, these are the cases that should go to the probation department, and these are the cases that should go to court. And different district attorneys had different opinions about what cases should go to probation and what cases should go to the court, but there were only these 2 choices. And now we have a lot of different choices other than just those 2 things. I'm proud to say that the county, who I am a part of, has now instituted the COC Commission, the POC Commission, JCOD, the Department of Youth Development, the Office of Violence Prevention within the Department of Mental Health. We have the Sheriff's Department, police departments within the county, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, and that what people have talked about here today, which is extremely important, is that we have more choices. We have more resources to fund things other than those 2 choices. Do you go to probation for diversion, or do you go to court? And these resources are being utilized in a way that we're saving money. We're saving money because the thing that costs the most money is incarceration. And to devote resources to things that prevent the school to prison pipeline, that prevent incarceration, is really the best use of our money. I think it's taken a long time for the country, and usually LA County is at the forefront of many progressive ideas. It's taken a long time for the country to get to this point. But you can see by the fact that these departments are recently developed, recently instituted, you can tell that we're at the tipping point where we can really make a difference. So the ecosystem, the bridges, the community, the resources, however you want to refer to these things, preventing crimes before they happen, preventing recidivism, ensuring that there are appropriate resources for reentry, a warm handshake, as the county sometimes likes to call it. These things are all really important. And we have with us today a number of individuals who are going to discuss this. I hope everybody answered the question on the Menti, but we did note that many people said that there should be law enforcement on school grounds. The question is, though, is that what does the community want? How do they want that to look? And what can we do to ensure that our schools are safe places that provide mentorship and opportunity? All children deserve to grow up in safe, stable families and receive a quality education at safe, supportive schools in peaceful, thriving communities. We should have the space to provide children with restorative correction by caring adults who understand that brains of adolescents and those younger than adolescents are not fully developed. In certain instances, there will be children who have deemed to have been committed a crime. That's a punishable offense. But how we deal with those children is a very important component in the criminal justice system if we want to ensure that there are programs that provide adequate legal representation, age-appropriate response, developmentally appropriate responses, culturally responsive, gender responsive, and trauma-informed responses that promote healing and ensure positive youth development. Today, with our panelists here, we're going to talk about how we are trying to do that and hopefully how we have somewhat succeeded. With us today, we have Chief Steven Zimmerman, a 43-year law enforcement public safety veteran who served 11 years with the Los Angeles Unified School District as the Chief of Police, including the Chief of School Culture, Climate, and Safety. Prior to that, he was with the Los Angeles Police Department. Currently, he oversees 390 sworn and civilian staff that provide safety services to schools covering 710 square miles, serving over 1,000 schools and over 500,000 students in K-12 and adult education. Ricardo Ortego Martinez is a peer advocate with the Children's Law Center of California. He serves as an inaugural Los Angeles County Youth Commissioner, representing over 2.2 million young people, and a California Youth Connection Member Executive Commissioner, I believe. Jewel Forbes is Project Director of Community Health and Safe Schools for the Los Angeles County Office of Education, commonly referred to as LACO. She has worked in education, focusing on student services for over 20 years. In her current role, she provides training, technical assistance, and support to the county's 80 school districts while serving as LACO liaison with county and state organizations. She is co-chair of the Network Against Hate Crime Commission and serves as the lead for the Human Trafficking Youth Prevention Education Grant. She currently serves on advisory committees for the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, Office of Violence Prevention, Trauma Prevention Initiative, Los Angeles versus Hate Campaign, the Office of Youth Diversion and Development, and Southern California Crossroads Annual Gang Prevention and Intervention Conference. And finally, we have Michaela Ron. Hopefully I said that right because I asked ahead of time. The Chief of Research, Evaluation, and Strategy at Homeboy Industries and the founder of Public Works and Learning Works Charter School. She leads all research and evaluation efforts to improve the program internally and to report to outside sources. Dr. Rand has always held strongly to the belief that education is one of the things that defines a person and shapes who they become. With that principle in mind, Dr. Ron founded Learning Works Charter School in 2008. The school focuses on the needs of students in the mainstream educational system that can't be addressed, rather, in the mainstream educational system, dropouts, probation youth, and pregnant and parenting teens. The school serves 350 of the highest risk youth at the Pasadena main campus and the satellite site at Homeboy Industries in Boyle Heights. So without further ado, I give to you Chief Zimmerman.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Real quick, how many folks here are, anybody here from LAUSD? Okay, well, and how about SROs? I think I see a few in the audience. School resource officers. Okay. Anyway, welcome, and it's an honor and privilege to be here to discuss this very important topic. And there's so many salient points that you had already mentioned that really carve into and segue into what I want to talk about specifically as how LA Unified School District and Los Angeles School Police Department fits in to that equation of balancing the need to have safety on campus when needed, to include safe passages, to assist in a lot of the wraparound support services that are needed and available, and how we approach that, and how we have evolved into looking at some type of reform and continue to improve on balancing the need to provide school safety and balancing that to make sure we have an environment conducive to learning where students do not feel like they're in some type of a prison or feel like law enforcement is there to see every little thing they're doing and, you know, look at things punitively. That's not what we're about. So what I'd like to start off with is to say that although LA School Police Department has been around for 75 years now, we've evolved and continue to evolve into our best practices. In 2020, the Board of Education reallocated about $25 million from our policing services and redirected it to other support services for student support on campus and culture climate type of personnel to assist in many of the things that were happening on campus that can be maybe more appropriately addressed through non-law enforcement personnel, rightfully so. And so we've adjusted our model to, we are now basically involving in safe passages, that is in and around our schools, all of our schools throughout the 710 square miles, and provide that safety and security and patrolling around the, you know, the first quarter mile surrounding that school where kids are coming and going, walking to school, biking to school, or skateboarding, wherever the case may be, to include parents that are walking their kids to school. And to make sure that they have that sense of safety and security and preventing crimes that can occur on those safe passages against students. And we're also now redirected so when we are needed on campus, we do respond for specific incidents that are criminal in nature or other type situations that I'll talk about in a couple of minutes. I think really help balance how we work with our other partners at LAUSD to provide the support, safety nets and everything else. So next slide. So not on there, but
The iPad went off again.
oh, okay.
And,
Well,
and by
you
the
know
way, I messed up my
all right.
one job.
Because
It's
I
Chief
don't want
Zipperman.
to, spend too much time on that, and I want to make sure I cover everything. Just let me just bear with me. I want to just give you some snapshots of how we are evolving. So, for instance, I talked about diversion, and diversion has been mentioned already throughout this day, I imagine, because the diversion program is something that LAUSD became heavily involved in about 2014. After we recognized that we were writing copious amounts of citations for minor infractions of the law and issuing those to the students who, in most part, really didn't have a way of maybe even having other ways in which they can be counseled or a teachable moment. And we realized that many of the students that we were citing at that point were headed to the juvenile traffic court who handled many of these situations. And through many of the collaborative efforts and meetings with now retired Judge Michael Nash, and then a lot of other folks involved, we really transitioned into a diversion program where rather than making it a punitive approach and a criminal type approach, it's providing these students the ability to have the intervention that they need without being introduced in the criminal justice system. So if you go to the next slide, we talk a little bit about what that looks like. And of course, it's for non-punitive type of enforcement efforts and strategic problem solving, and provides our wraparound services. So our LAUSD pupil service and attendance personnel, along with school police, we've developed this program in 2014. If you go to the next slide, please. And we are basically reduced citations and arrests by over 90% since 2014. The diversion program is meant for students between 13 and 17 years old that normally would have gone to some type of a juvenile court or introduced in the juvenile justice system. And now we have a system in place where once we determine that the type of violation that was committed is something that does not need to be further into the criminal justice system, our PSA counselors we have a service along with our family resource centers and provide the appropriate intervention that's needed. And these students go through the program along with their parents, they complete the program, and then that's the end of it. And in most cases, whatever intervention services were needed, they were appropriately offered And our recidivism rate is actually about 8% right now. And it's low. You consider a 91% reduction in citations and arrests over this period of time, a success rate of, 91% success rate of kids not going back into that route and having to be cited. We think we've really come a long way, and we continue to reevaluate it and continue to ensure whenever possible, we provide a type of response that is non-punitive and something that hopefully cannot cause a student to have to be introduced in the criminal justice system. Those are very specific and a very small number of cases now. The next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about the other services that we have. So we, about 4 years ago, developed a team effort between our psychiatric social workers, our PSWs, and our officers who are trained, and they respond together as a team. We have an officer and a clinician working daily. We have 6 teams daily throughout the district who actually respond to situations that involve mental health issues with students, suicidal ideation, those who are really about to commit self-harm. And we have the approach where they're plainclothes officers, they've been highly trained, they respond with a clinician, and it's a very soft approach. And what we are doing is allowing the clinician to really take point on this, and then if needed, an officer is there to help assist. And the other part of this is that when and if and when a student may have to be evaluated up for 5585 and make sure they have the proper help and evaluation, our officers along with the clinician have the immediate availability to bring that student to the proper services. Next slide, please. Within that, this just gives you an idea of what the team looks like on a daily basis. Again, we have the officer that's in a softer clothes and our clinician. And the next slide will show you over the 3 years, it's been very successful. In 21-22, the MET unit, mental health evaluation team data, is really quite successful. We had 893 calls for service that LA School Police Department actually received, and of that, 560 were handled by the MET unit. And if you want to just look at the perspective of the population and the balance of the intervention services, about 68% of those were our female students, and about the other 32 were male. But in each of these situations, they got the help that they needed and intervention that they needed, quite frankly, in my opinion, saving a lot of lives. Next slide, please. We have of course, an overall safety component working with our Division of School Operations, and it has many different functions. And one of them includes, of course, not only what happens on campus, but your culture and climate aspects of it, and our interventionists and the school climate coaches. But we also have the safe school plans that we are part of and are required, as you know, by the education code. And if you go to the next slide, this gives you an idea of what the comprehensive safe school plans actually, look like. And again, these are plans that every school is required to do. And by March 1st of every year, have a safety committee involved that has a plan structured and have the team structured. And back in 2018, AB 1747 actually required that with those safe school plans included first responders input as part of the safe school plan response, particularly as it pertains to situations that may develop on campus, such as an active shooter, an active attacker, other type of emergency service that does require the response of police or fire or paramedics. So that is a multidisciplinary team that gets together to help provide input into the safe school plans. And the safe school plans are something developed by the safety committee of the school. And each year, they are required to turn those in. And a few years back, after an audit was completed, it was revealed that obviously a lot of schools and districts were out of compliance. So I know that LACO, through partnerships with the State Department of Ed, also provided a education administrator's guide to the next slide, a workbook that educators and administrators can use in developing their safe school plans. And it has a checklist in there, and it really allows each school to go down the list and insert the proper type of planning and preparedness that's necessary to respond to any type of a situation that could include law enforcement or may not include law enforcement. That's a general overview of what we do, how we are involved in the planning of the safety with students, but also providing the necessary resources and working with our teams and being an element that is part of the multidisciplinary team rather than a team that is focused on a criminal type of approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Zipperman. Now we go to Jewel Forbes, if we could hear from you.
Sure. So a lot of what I will share will kind of piggyback on what the chief shared. LA County Office of Education, so for those of you who don't know, we work with all 80 school districts in Los Angeles County, providing support, training. A lot of that is around legislation, helping schools understand that. But we also work with over 27 charters in Los Angeles County, and more we're seeing charters open across our county. And so the area that I work in, formerly Community Health and Safe Schools, is mental health and school counseling, but we provide training around supporting some of the things that we're seeing in schools that affect safety. A lot of that is around the comprehensive safe school plan. And so as Chief talked about, we have created an educator's guide, and everything that starts the conversation around school safety really starts with that comprehensive safe school plan that is required for all school districts to complete. And what's interesting is we are in the middle right now of updating that guidance, and we're doing some updates and updating some of the linkages and some of the information. But really, when I think about safety of our kiddos, of our school staff, educators, it really starts with that relationship piece, right? And so most of you already know, when we think about just leading into the pandemic, we were already dealing with mental health issues and behavior issues with many of our kiddos. But when we came into the pandemic, everything escalated. So we were seeing everything across the board. We were seeing increased attempts of suicide. We were seeing increased use of drugs and misuse of alcohol. We were seeing increased mental health, depression, anxiety, stress in our youth. All of those things leading to youth being in crisis. One great document to look at is the Surgeon General's State of Mental Health for Youth that he did in, I think, 2021. And that led to a lot of the funding that you're seeing now and the support from our governor, because we knew that our youth were struggling. And this isn't just high school youth. We were seeing it in elementary, we were seeing it in middle school. One of the things that breaks my heart, but it's part of the hat that I wear, for every school-age child that dies within Los Angeles County, that coroner's report comes across my desk. And every time I see one of those cases, it breaks my heart. And I think, what can we do? And when I say we, I mean all of us. What can we do that we're not seeing those death reports? We're responsible for providing safety for our youth and helping them get to where they need to be as young adults. And it really starts with those collaborations. It really starts with those relationships. And it looks at policies that we can change to make things better. I was listening to our keynote and just listening to her talk about things that weren't in place when she was going through a lot of the trauma that she was facing. And we don't want that to happen with our youth. We want to put things in place from the beginning to help stabilize and work together to reduce some of these instances that we're having with youth. Part of what we do and spend a lot of time doing is providing trainings for our schools. And that's at all levels, whether it's principals, superintendents, teachers, counselors, whoever it is, so that all of us are speaking the same language. So we're all looking at the same issues and finding our role within that work. For me, a bigger part of that at the county office is really looking at those collaborations that exist and working with Office of Violence Prevention, with Andrea, with DMH. I know Miriam's here as well, and with the Human Relations Commission, those partners that help us really expand our reach, because we can't do it alone and we can't work in silos. So now is the time that we're seeing some of those changes coming. We're seeing the new offices that you talked about. And we just really need to look at how can we work together to really make things better for all the students that we serve. You know, Los Angeles County is a huge county. We serve over 1.2 million youth. And so people forget that all the way from Antelope Valley, all the way back to Santa Monica, Malibu, to Long Beach, all the way to the Valley, we have youth across this county, but every community is different. There is no one size fits all. So we have to develop plans, resources, tools to address all of the different issues that are going on. One of the things that we're noticing is that you can drive 1 mile this way and 1 mile that way, and the community may look the same, but they are totally different. We're dealing with youth who are in communities where there are food deserts, where there's lack of resources, there's no access to different services, and we need to build capacity for all of those things. And so now we're starting to really talk about trauma. We're really talking about access. We're really talking about the effects of some of the things that we've seen in the past. And so we can make some of those needed changes and help our students from a very early age. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Next, we have Mr. Martinez, and I just also want to recognize that one thing the county really has done is to lift up the voices of youth by having youth commissions and having youth participate. And obviously, they're our future. So having these voices as part of the discussion is incredibly important. Mr. Martinez?
Well, yes. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be here with all of you. For me, my role, if you're not very familiar with what the Youth Commission does, we were formed back in 2021 by the Board of Supervisors to represent the youth voice in our county. So we work very closely with LACO, with DCFS, with the Sheriff's Department, with probation, with every single department you can imagine. And our role is really to oversight them in the way that they implement programs, they implement policies, but also work with the Board of Supervisors to create motions, to create a whole new department, to create new programs for current departments that are already in existence. Our commission is formed of 15 different commissioners with different backgrounds, different experiences, but also different parts of the county. So I'm all the way in the Antelope Valley up there. So it's very different from a community that I came from, which was like Huntington Park, Linwood, Compton, very different areas, very different needs that exist there. But for me, one of the things that we've been very actively doing is listening to the young people. That's our responsibility to make sure that we hold LACO accountable, that we hold the Sheriff's Department accountable for all the services that they're doing and they're supposed to be doing. One of the things and my goal this year has been really to bring more awareness of the commission, but also more accountability. And so, like I was mentioning to some of our colleagues, we have the opportunity to be in the room with Sheriff Luna and have conversations and grill him on things that he's doing. Also with LACO, we have meetings with superintendent and open meetings that we really talk to them about why are you doing this within our juvenile halls? How are you educating different youth in that perspective? With DCFS, we did that yesterday. So there's a lot of times that we're working with them, but also making sure that they're reminded that we do have power. Just because we have that youth commissioner there doesn't mean that we're just this little group of abolitionists. No, we have power. We have the accessibility to talk to the supervisor, and we talk to the supervisor every other month to give them reports and to let them know, hey, we're having issues with this department. They're not listening to us. And so for me, I've really been focusing on that component of things, but also making sure that we are accessible to the public, to the different stakeholders, to young people. As some of county commissioners might know, we are always surrounded by directors, and it's very intimidating for young people to come and talk to you. If you're surrounded by law enforcement, if you're surrounded by the people that are there to supervise you. So one of the things we've really been focusing on is doing listening sessions directly with the young people, focusing on that. And I know a lot of our commissioners have been talking about human trafficking, have been talking about placement disruptions, have been talking about runaway youth, have been talking about substance abuse, and the contact that continuously happened between law enforcement and our young people and our system impacted youth. And for us, our geographic area is huge. So for me, advocating for Watts is very different from advocating for Antelope Valley because they're very different issues and different types of policing that I have seen from my personal experience seeing law enforcement in our grocery stores in the Antelope Valley. You don't see a cop that is patrolling in Watts in the same grocery store. They live somewhere else. And so that's a different style of patrolling that I was shocked to see. And so how can we make sure that we enforce that and have more people that really care and live in the community that they're actually patrolling is one way to start. But also training, right? Training, what kind of training law enforcement have? How can we ensure that that unconscious bias is removed from there and making sure that we divert young people to other programs that the county has started to focus on. So that's a little bit about what the commission does. I know it's very new to a lot of people, but if you have any ideas, any ways you would like to partner with us, feel free to let us know. We're always looking for partners. And if you have very radical ideas, we'll try to kind of make it in a more professional manner, political manner, to make sure that we work with our supervisors as well on those things. So thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to the next speaker, if anybody has any questions, we're going to get to those after the next speaker. So if you could just hold up your card so that one of the people from our group of volunteers can collect those from you. Thank you. Dr. Ron.
Hello, thanks for having me. Great to be with this panel. You could really spend all day on this, which we don't have, right? So to introduce myself, I do work for Homeboy Industries. I'm the I'm the chief of research, evaluation, and strategy. I had created a school called Learning Works Charter School back in 2008, and they found me that way. The school we'll get to it, but it's a radical way of dealing with high risk youth, not at-risk youth. And so we'll get to that. And in addition, I was on the Pasadena Unified School Board, so I kind of can see it through a variety of angles. I've sat in those expulsion hearings and had those debates about police on campus or not. Lots of fun times. I was the safety chair, whatever that means too. So first, to start off, we're in a different day. When I look at my work, 10 years ago, I got to go to court with kids. I didn't like citations in the criminalization, but what I did get was time with high-risk youth in a setting that they were open to listening. And so we would go with them if they got a marijuana charge, or we would go with them if it was, something small. And so there's less court dates for us now when we look at the way the world has moved, and there's less time and requirements that we have to get our high-risk youth through requirements. So the day has changed, that is for sure. And so are we hitting our outcome of decriminalizing? Yes. Am I happy about that? Absolutely. I work for Homeboy Industries. So I think the world is finally catching up to Father Greg and his words and his great books and his philosophy, idealism, and sort of a moral imperative. But what we missed in that, which is great, he's finally getting that recognition. But if not that, what? If not criminalizing, what? And that's the big question, right? Because what happens, the data is showing suspensions are going down. We have less citations, less incarceration. But did we really solve the problem? And that's the real question, is as we dive underneath that, well, what is happening with our youth that are high risk? I mean, we look at the world today, we look at what's going on in Maine and all the shootings. We're certainly not a less violent country, right? We all still exist in this melting pot of gun control, lack of gun control, on and on and on. Police or deep, the whole thing. So where are we with this? So what has happened, in my opinion, is that we have data to show that things are changing in decriminalization, but what have we've done, and the focus here is schools, is put it in other pockets to deal with. So when you look at a school setting, and we have great policies that really try to decrease suspension, which I love, but in essence, we're putting the pressure on the teachers that are not trained to decrease suspension. And the teachers deal with 3 tiers. I'm going to get them wrong in the wrong order, by the way. I just don't follow. But one is a tier at the pyramid, tier 1, I think it's 3, but let's go with it, is the general population of a school. The second one is at-risk youth that could get into some bad behaviors, but let's work on them. And the last one, no one knows what to do. And quite frankly, they're not always in school. They're out in the world. And so the teachers have to deal with the intervention of these at-risk youth that are exhibiting behaviors we don't enjoy, we don't like, we know it's not going to the right place. But how trained are they to do that, and is that really fair? I don't think we've answered these big questions. I mean, people ask me, should you have police on campus or not? These yes or no questions have to go. Goodbye, yes or no questions. They're not working for America, because the answer is it depends on the human. The human that understands policing, is trauma informed, knows how to do motivational interviewing and not lecture a child, that police officer should be on a school, for sure. That probation officer should be there. But the one that is trained in sort of old school, doesn't really get youth, oh, I've been put out of high school. That's a bad scene right there. So it really is about the humans in probation, foster care, and policing that matter, and how well they're trained, how well they really get this, and how is their ego decreased in order to serve. Like I said, I could go on for days. But the teachers are struggling out there. You look at the ones that say, let them use their cell phone. It's a fight I don't want to have. Well, they're not learning anything. And then you have the teachers going to battle, right? I'm on cell phones. I'm not on what they brought to class in their backpacks. So it's a complicated. What I do say about this work with schools and everything that we're speaking of is, it's all in the weeds. It isn't generalizing big topics. It's questions of, I said, how well are the teachers trained? How do we deal with special education when a student gets an emotionally disturbed label, which is absolutely appropriate, and they should be labeled, but then they punch a teacher and they can't be removed from the school based on special ed laws. It's very difficult. So you look at these situations and it's in the weeds. It's in the weeds. Foster care. It used to be, everyone I talk to, oh, foster care is doing so much better. Sorry to offend anyone here. Foster care is doing so much better. It's so great. The outcomes, we get the transcripts in less than 3 days. Oh my goodness, no. And when you look at the high risk, if they're not in probation, where are they? Foster care. Now the foster care system's shutting down at certain local mom and pops because they can't handle level 12 and plus. And so now what do we do? When I looked at my data last year of who wasn't producing schoolwork in my school, #1 category, foster care. They're not getting them out of bed. They don't want to fight with them. So the weeds are important in these policy discussions. Language is important. Of course, we need to stop using the word bad guys. My goodness. But language and how we use all of the words that we are and how we use them similarly is important. So just to wrap up on my end, there is no yes or no question. Learning Works was created out of this desire to do something different. We are the good guys charter school. I just use good. Do you see that? Bad. Good guy charter school because we serve youth that weren't in school. We're that tier where they weren't at risk. They probably were at middle school, and if we could all focus on middle school, we'd be in better shape. But now they are on the streets. You look at a transcript and you're like, yikes, what happened over the last 3 years? These are the students that come to us. And the concept was they didn't make it at a continuation school. They weren't going to go the 4 hours or 3 hours a continuation school is. So we woo them back, try to get them hooked back on education. And how do we do it? On principles of love, safe haven, fresh start. I don't pass their background to the teachers. They don't know. They're just a kid. And so in that work, we've created chasers that chase them down. We can go all over the place with that one, and really work one-on-one with the teachers to get these high risk students back to school. It's a very, very innovative model. Our Youth Reentry Center with Homeboy at First Street, I believe, is kind of like the first in the way in which we deliver that, and yet we're chartered by Pasadena Unified in both locations. So it's an innovative program that I would welcome any of you to come visit. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to bring into that, when I was a deputy district attorney in juvenile, we would look at people's probation reports and their school background, and you could see that the key age is 6th to 8th grade. I mean, you would see kids that had great report cards up until 6th grade, and then all of a sudden at 8th grade, would just be this dive. And obviously the criminal justice system is really good at identifying youth who need services, which is why I used to go to court all the time. And oftentimes as a DA, you'd be in a quandary because you'd know they'd actually get better services if they went to court, right? As opposed to just sending them to probation traffic. And that seems to be your experience as well. So it seems that the key really is to figure out how to get people the services at the right age before they become justice involved. And that's where really the rubber hits the road. Those are the youth that we really have to concentrate on. Obviously, the focus here is someone on law enforcement on school campuses. So to pivot back to that, I do have some questions from the audience members that I'd like to get to. The first one is, how challenging would it be to have a separate unit of the Sheriff's Department to serve the schools in LA County and to be uniformed differently and trained specifically? I don't know if any of you feel that you can answer that question, but if anybody can, then Dr. Ron?
Okay, well, I'll give it a go. So the one thing that's been a challenge with sheriffs, and I don't know if it's changed because it's, I'll just take one area, Altadena sheriffs, Pasadena is Pasadena police. The turnover in sheriffs assigned to that particular site is a real challenge. And you can see the difference between Altadena service and Pasadena, not by the quality of the officer, by the stability of the officer that has been there, knows the community, knows what we're dealing with. So if this unit could be stable, I don't know all your union rules, it could be stable and it could actually focus on geography, that's great because geography matters in high risk youth, obviously. And so that could be possible. But on the other hand, wouldn't we love all sheriffs and all police to be trained in community policing? The only difference, which is why Homeboy designed a youth reentry center that we did in Boyle Heights, is when you look at gang issues, let's go there, they're very different. You're dealing with kind of wild youth, toe in, toe out, they switched gangs. Like, it's really different work with youth. And the schools aren't trained in that, by the way. I mean, it's very, in the weeds. Whereas, the Homeboy, big Homeboy is 24 and older, and, people coming out of life in prison who are now getting commuted, these are workers. These are just, you should see what's going on over there with people who have done prison time. It's crazy good. So it depends.
Anybody else?
I'll add to that just a little bit, just to one component of that. We know there are successful models that exists between law enforcement and schools. But there's not been clear roles and definitions around law enforcement that are on schools. It looks one way in one city, a different way in a different city. So we have to come up with a plan that defines those roles clearly and make sure that on both sides, everyone understands their role. That means as an administrator, I'm not calling law enforcement for disciplinary issues. That means as law enforcement, I'm not coming on the campus to make arrests unless absolutely necessary. I think it really starts with training. You know, as educators, we had to have training, an array of training, but we don't ask the same for law enforcement. They need youth mental health first aid, just the beginning stages of understanding the youth mindset, maturity. They need to look at, and equity and implicit bias training, because we do have some issues with disproportionality of arrests with youth of color. We need to look at, what is the training for the law enforcement agencies? I know that some of the SROs in certain areas receive more training than others. I think it can be a successful model, but we really have to look at both sides, the educational side and the law enforcement side, coming together at the table and looking at how do we sit here and define when we'll call you, what types of things we'll call you for, and what is the outcome. And a lot of that will be looking at data from the past and using that to drive what we do.
Chief Zipperman?
Yeah, thank you. And some really great comments, both by Ms. Forbes and Dr. Ron. And I want to speak a little bit about how our model is LAUSD. Understanding that we serve 1,000 schools over 13 different cities. We have many different police agencies, and so you can imagine what that would look like in some kind of continuity of information and keeping things consistent. So a couple things. I think one of the beauties of a K through 12 school police department is that the officers that we hire they know they're coming to work to specifically work with youth. That's the first thing. And it's in their heart, and they have a desire to do that. When we were on campus, the consistency every day of having that same school resource officer on that same campus, developing the relationships with these kids, understanding the nuances of what's happening in the neighborhood, what's happening with them, at home, what's happening on campus, mentors and role models that our officers were really there for. The second thing is, all of our officers are required by state law to go to a 40-hour course in campus policing, understanding the nuances of the youth brain and how that works in juvenile justice procedures and juvenile law. But the other component is, particularly at LAUSD, and again, I talk about the fact that no matter what school you are in LAUSD, whether it's Southgate, whether it's Huntington Park, whether it's in the San Fernando Valley to Gardena and in between, the roles and responsibilities, the policies and procedures of when school police gets called, what we handle, and how we interact with students is consistent throughout the entire district. There's no, but it's already been mentioned, each pocket, each community has different needs. And our officers understand that as well. Many of our officers grew up in LAUSD and are a product of LAUSD. And so they even understand that even more. The other thing is our officers go through classes make sure we have the trauma-informed understanding of students and approaching it in a trauma-informed way, training on implicit bias, as Jewel already stated. So the model that we have, I think now, and even again, now that we're off campus, it doesn't change the relationships that we still have with the administrators, with the consistency of how we handle things, and when do we respond to campus on what situations.
Oh, there you go. I was just going to say, in regards to a specialized unit within the Sheriff's Department, I think it is doable. I think it might be a couple of years to deal with the whole bureaucracy, the whole union negotiation and all that stuff that have to happen also to create that. But I think it's very important to include the youth perspective in that component, in that unit. So that way it's not just law enforcement, community stakeholders, and that's it. Like, make sure that the young people themselves tell you what that special union should look like. Not so much let's just create one to deal with at-risk youth or specific categories of youth. Let's make sure that those same youth that you're trying to target, that are going to be at the end of the day your clients at some point, have a input in that process, and what does that look like. And I'm all for having mental health, for having law enforcement, but I think that they play a critical role, and sometimes those lines get blurry in our schools sometimes.
I'm going to, since we have a time element here, I'm going to try to combine sort of a group of questions, which is essentially a resource question. Are teachers trained in, given emotional training to deal with trauma, to deal with perhaps ways of disciplining that is more restorative? And are there alternatives that teachers and school administrators use so that they don't have to engage with law enforcement as often?
I'll start that one off, I guess. So yes, I'm so excited because when I started in education so many years ago, you didn't see many of these things in place. And things have begun to really change. We're seeing some shifts. And we know that how we deal with children, students, should not be punitive. We understand that youth make poor decisions sometimes, but we don't want that to be a lifelong process. We want things to be restorative. So across Los Angeles County, you see schools implementing restorative practices across all levels, so that training is available for teachers, for counselors, for administrators. But we're also seeing other programs that are assisting, such as PBIS. Many schools have PBIS across all systems. So we're looking at positive behavior intervention supports, and those are across every level, K through 12. We're seeing increased mental health services on the school campus, but it doesn't just stop at mental health. We're also seeing services that I like to call site-based interventions, because it might not be mental health. It might be the opening of a dream center on your school campus to address some of the anti-bias or hate that is going on within our communities. But it also might be substance misuse, which is another issue that we're seeing among youth. It also might address gang behavior or community violence. So schools are being trained in all of those areas. Mental health first aid or youth mental health first aid is one of the things we use most commonly with teachers. We're not asking them to be mental health professionals, but what we are doing is trying to help them understand some of the behaviors that they may see within the classroom. And some of that might be, related to mental health, but it also helps teachers be equipped to see if a student is in crisis. Maybe they are having suicidal ideology. What do? I recognize it, and now who do I call? And what is the process within my district? So that is one of the things we're seeing. Legislation now really has helped reduce suspensions and expulsions, because now schools have to look at other means of correction. That means, as an administrator, before I suspend a student, unless it's a mandatory suspension or expulsion referral, that I need to look at what other services can I provide to support this student. What things do I have in place? And that means I'm looking at data. I'm looking at what the barriers are within my community. I think Chief talked about that, is that every community is different. Every school community has its own climate. Doesn't matter if it's in the same city, it looks different. And you know the climate because you know the feel when you walk onto a school campus. Does it feel welcoming? Not only for our students, but is it welcoming to staff? So we have to implement systems that really create that positive environment and change those outcomes for not only our students, but for staff. Because one of the things we saw is during the pandemic and after, a lot of educators walked away from education. And so now we're rebuilding those systems and putting those things in place.
So I think for me, to that question is, because I had conversations with teachers, and all of them had the same common denominator in their response to my question, is this new generation of teaching is very different with very unique issues. And sometimes I have to play being a mom in the morning to make sure that they feed themselves. Another one, I have to stop teaching to make sure that I concentrate on this young person who's breaking down and crying in the middle of the classroom. And so, yes, it's good to see data. Yes, it's good to have conversations and create procedures and all these amazing things that we can have. But one of the common issues that we're starting to see is what happens after. Where are they going to have access to resources? How are we going to make sure that those resources are being addressed and they're having access to those resources. That's the part that we're missing. The county spends millions of dollars for trauma inform, for peer specialists, and all these different programs that are already there. But the issue that we have is the accountability piece to access to resources, to make sure that all these things that we're talking about are addressed in some way, somehow.
I'll jump in. So again, it depends. What I will say is COVID was good for us, ready? In that it's really brought up the mental health issues, and all that has been said about resources, I think, are really, really important. It's a new day on recognizing that. Again, I'm not sure we all know what to do. So in the case of access at our school, we already know they're not going to access it. High risk, at risk, they're not going to access it. You need an adult or, to walk them through it, to literally take them there. And that's why chasers were created, to take it off the teacher and in fact have someone to advocate for that student and those services, because you can go take therapy. Do you think they're going to go? No. It's why everything that Homeboy developed was because they wouldn't go access it. So they did it all in a one stop. But what I will say is, although we have a lot of resources access at schools, there are so many priorities pushed on schools. We're back to data on academics again. They have all the behavioral, social, emotional. They have credential requirements. So to be fair, you still have teachers that say, why do I have to deal with this student? Why? We used to send them to the dean, but we can't send them to the dean anymore because that will potentially result in a suspension, and we have to decrease suspensions. So the teacher's left with, I'm going to go at risk youth that are disrupting their class. And some are better at engaging those students. Some are horrible at engaging those students. And they actually come out worse from that classroom than they were. So the teacher pool has so much pressure that we haven't even identified. And then I'll just give one more dig, which is credential programs. Don't get me started. We're going to need a whole new crop of teachers because, the labor market's horrible right now, and there's now incentives to bring them into teachers. But why do we keep doing the same credentialing programs that actually don't teach teachers what to teach, and don't do any of this coursework we're talking about in mental health and trauma informed? So if we blew up the credential system and started over, we might get somewhere.
Thank you. I will say what's interesting is that my daughter is a teacher at LAUSD, and she actually went to an undergraduate program that has a school of education, and it's much longer than a one-year credentialed program. It's for people who want to become teachers, and actually it's in the state of Michigan, and I think they actually have multiple schools there who train teachers as a part of a four-year program. And I think those types of programs get you people who really are committed to wanting to be a teacher, as opposed to going to get a credential because that was the afterthought about what they wanted to do. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that have been brought up here. As a takeaway, I'd like everybody to know that the Civilian Oversight Commission just did a report on school resource deputies. The Office of Inspector General should be releasing a report in the next month or so, addressing things like what are the guardrails that we want to have in the agreements between the schools and the Sheriff's Department. What are some of the training, what's some of the training that's necessary? And so these are important things to look at. And I'd like everyone to also take away from this that when we go forward and build the bridges with each other, think about, how do we identify at-risk youth outside of the criminal justice system? How do we get resources to the people who need those resources, and try to work with each other, non-siloed, in an ecosystem, and build those bridges? There are some individual questions for some of the people, but since we don't want to go over our time limit, I'm going to go and give those questions to those individuals. And if you want to try to talk to them during the break, then go ahead and try to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank,
Yes, hi. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start with the fourth and final session. Thank you.
today. We've talked a lot about the pain that lives within our communities, as well as the healing tools that we have to move things forward, whether they be cultural, institutional, or programmatic. As we wrap up, I want to just invite everybody to do a quick breathing exercise so we can kind of relieve ourselves of some of the stress that we've carried here today. You don't have to close your eyes, but I do welcome you to close your eyes if you can. We're going to do 3 deep breaths to ground ourselves, okay? Close your eyes if you feel inclined to. If you don't feel safe, feel free to leave them open too. On the count of 3, we're going to take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, and breathe out. 1, 2, 3. Let's take a deeper breath this time. 1, 2, 3. Hold it and release. 1, 2, 3. And this one, we're going to take our deepest breath possible, as much air as you can fit into your lungs. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. Think about all the positive vibrations that we felt here today, the movement forward, the solutions that we're embracing. Now breathe out all that negativity, the stress that you're holding in. 2, 3. Thank you all so much for participating and for joining us here today. And please do, thank you for reminding me, please do, if you're taking your notes, please just rip off the papers, or if you want to give us your document, by all means, I'll be right here to collect them from you, or give them to the COC staff too. Thank you all so much. I want to introduce, thank you all. I want to introduce our next speaker, who's going to be providing us some closing remarks, Civilian Oversight Commission Vice Chair, Jamin Hicks.
Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you for such a wonderful discussion and for moderating it. We appreciate that. Again, my name is Jamin Hicks, Vice Chair of the Commission. I want to thank my fellow commissioners that are here as well. Sorry I was late. I had a hearing this morning, so I apologize, but it was a great time. I enjoyed sitting with my Group 22, who did a fantastic job, I say. I also want to thank all of the participants, the panelists, the moderators, the speakers. I think we had a very diverse group of thought, experiences. It was passionate discussion. So I want to encourage us to keep the discussion and dialogue going forward. I also want to thank Pierre for that wonderful meditation and breathing. I like that. I'm going to start using that every day in court. So thank you again for Pierre for that. So we want to make sure that we keep the discussion going. This is the first of hopefully many of these types of sessions where we can continue to dialogue. I am not a big social media person, but I'm told that there is a hashtag that we can use, hashtag community policing, and then hashtag civilian oversight. So hopefully you will tag us, make us your partners, and we can, like I said, keep the discussion going forward. So I guess that concludes it, and we will see you next year, hopefully, God willing. Thank you.